ARICS Lab, a game-changing product development house, software engineering enclave, research center, and innovation service hub, which exists to be the enclave that communities and ecosystems will rely on to transform their everyday activities, make their lives smarter, and fulfill their dreams with digital technologies. At this moment, I want to say to you all, Akwaba, which literally means welcome. My name is Benjamin Osuansa, and it is an honor and privilege serving you as the host for this summit. Now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will just humbly request of you, if your hands are not busy, kindly put them together. Let's appreciate ARICS Lab for putting this summit together and this being their maiden edition. Oh, you can do it better. You can do it better. Let's show some love to ARICS for making this possible for us. Thank you. I wish I could welcome you and let you know why we are here this morning, but I can't do that. There's someone specially put together to do that for you this morning. And this person is an accomplished entrepreneur, tech entrepreneur. Many years ago, when he moved from school, he set up some company or some organization which was named Dream Over. This young gentleman pulled people together and they brought to life certain things that we couldn't do those days. Now this gentleman moved on and took other CEO positions and other leadership positions. He has that tenacity to make things happen. And seeing this summit shows one of his feathers in his cap. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the CEO and founder of ARICS Lab, Dariden Dazi, to give us the open message. Oh, let's do it as he comes in here.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, representatives from industry and development partners, representatives from the Office of the Vice President, representatives from academia, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today marks a momentous occasion as we gather for the inaugural Africa Research and Innovation Commercialization Summit, ARICS. By participating in this summit, each of us has become an integral part of history, illustrating our shared dedication and aspiration to propel the commercial viability of African research and innovation outcomes. Rest assured, as stakeholders, you are in the right place. We'll deliberate, explore, co-create, and chart the course for solutions to some of Africa's thorny socio-economic challenges. ARICS Labs is leading the organization of the maiden edition of the Africa Research and Innovation Commercialization Summit, ARICS. Notwithstanding, we recognize that we could not have achieved this feat without the generous support of the Research and Innovation Systems for Africa, RISA Fund, and the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO. Additionally, in our bid to walk far in the journey to bridge gaps in the research and innovation value chain, we are not walking alone. We have a great company of esteemed partners, which include the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, MESTI, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, Private Enterprise Federation, Association of Ghana Industries, UK Ghana Chamber of Commerce, Development Bank Ghana, the 3I Africa Summit, Impact Investing, iSpace, Accra Technical University, the University of Ghana Business School, and other distinguished beneficiaries of the RISA Fund who have all contributed in diverse ways to make the realization of the ARICS dream possible. Together, we stand at the forefront of the innovation ecosystem, harnessing the transformative power of research, innovation, and inclusive value chains to address pressing challenges, foster economic growth, and promote sustainable socioeconomic development through research and innovation commercialization. We can all agree that Africa is a continent with immense economic potential, but also one full of vast challenges. For decades, Africa has lagged in global contribution to science, technology, innovation, and research. Despite having a rich and diverse cultural heritage, abundant natural resources, and a young and dynamic population, Africa has not fully realized its vision of accelerating its transition to an innovation-led and knowledge-based economy. So many questions linger. Why is Africa so endowed with so many resources, yet so underdeveloped? Why have our compatriots in the West and East left us behind when it comes to tangible socioeconomic indicators? Why are we so endowed with human capacity, but see our youth seek greener pastures anywhere else but here on the continent? What have the developed economies done differently? For us, the key distinction between the world's advanced economies and Africa lies in the unparalleled utilization of science, technology, innovation, and research. Today, we are determined to right-situate the narrative. I, particularly, am not keen on seeing the next generation of Africans continue to be saddled with the finding answers to our socioeconomic woes and poverty. We are not daunted by the challenges of the now. We are moved by the prosperous future we want to see for the next generation of Africans. We are driven to shift the paradigm and address head-on the challenges that have long hindered our progress by utilizing the power of science, technology, innovation, and research in Africa. ARICS serves as a catalyst for transformative dialogue to reshape our narrative and orchestrate a mindset shift. It's our belief that today, not only would we initiate crucial conversations about research, innovation, commercialization, but also provide a platform to bridge the gaps and amplify our continental strength. To enrich the discourse, we have carefully curated topics spanning various sectors and value chains. We would like to tackle issues that address the essential need for funding, the importance of cross-border collaboration, the transition of research from labs to market, and the imperative to empower women and marginalized groups in the research innovation value chain. Top leaders from academia, industry, and government, representing three key stakeholders groups, will delve into these subjects. Our mission is to endow researchers, innovators, and other value chain actors with practical tools, insights, and strategies, empower them to navigate the intricate landscape of the research and innovation value chain. Today, we will witness the signing of a memorandum of understanding between Heritage Labs Limited and Impact Invest in Ghana as part of collaborative intent to work together to scale hurdles encountered when fostering deeper collaborations between research, academia, and industry. Additionally, we will unveil the report on the UK Africa Innovation Trust Corridor. This groundbreaking initiative represents a monumental leap towards deepening cross-border collaboration and knowledge exchange between the UK, African Commonwealth members, and their global partners. To add to the lineup, I'm delighted to inform you that amidst the profound discussions and insight that would unfold today, there is an all-day exhibition dedicated to showcasing some of the most remarkable research and innovation output from across the country. As you explore the exhibition, you'll find experts positioned around the area, ready and willing to answer your questions based on their areas of expertise. Whether your inquiries revolve around funding opportunities, engagement with chambers of commerce, or any other facet of research and innovation landscape, these experts are here to provide valuable insight and guidance. As I close, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to every researcher, innovator, entrepreneur, and exhibitor present today. Your dedication to advancing research and innovation in Africa is not just commendable, it is instrumental in shaping the future for the next generation. We are all on this journey together, and we look forward to more opportunities for collaboration in our quest to move research from labs to market. Thank you very much.
right, thank you so much, Darren. The whole idea is to move research from the lab to the market center, and that's why we're here. Thank you so much once again. Right. Next to give us a remarks or an address is the team lead from RISA Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mark Lola from the RISA Fund to give us a remark.
Good morning, everyone. It's indeed my pleasure to welcome you to the first Africa Research and Innovation Commercialization Summit here in Accra, Ghana, on behalf of the Research and Innovation Systems for Africa Fund. That's the RISA Fund. We're pleased to support this groundbreaking event aimed at leading the conversation and driving action towards creating an enabling environment for research and innovation to be transformed into viable products and services for Africa. Today's theme, From Labs to Markets, is at the core of what RISA Fund is actually about. We're a fund of the UK International Development from the UK government, bringing together pre-existing programs, the Africa Technology and Innovation Partnership, that's ATIP, and Strengthening Research Institutions for Africa, SRIA, two pre-existing programs, to take advantage of the obvious synergies between innovation and research. Our focus on ecosystem strengthening has been experimental, not without its challenges, particularly when it comes to data gathering and trying to demonstrate evidence of impact. I think the innovation spotlight ongoing and where we'll see innovators demonstrate their innovations this afternoon, it's a tremendously valuable opportunity for getting this kind of evidence, showcasing successful innovations. So kudos to Heritors in organizing that and to the innovators for showcasing what we're looking forward to seeing. I think RISA Fund believes in the transformative power of science, technology and innovation to spur sustainable development. By investing in strengthening R&I ecosystems, we're empowering local organizations to develop homegrown solutions to tackle Africa's toughest challenges. We're proud of the results achieved by our 26 partner organizations across sub-Saharan Africa, 5 of which are here in Ghana, and of course Heritors among them. Our partners here, for example, are building networks with key institutions such as the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, MESTI, and the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, enabling more collaborations between diverse stakeholders in a way that not only promotes research excellence, but also enhances the value of products and services. Students, young researchers, innovators, and entrepreneurs across Ghana, including women and PWDs, have benefited from workshops and mentoring from RISA Fund partners, such as iSpace Foundation, who are here, Heritors Labs, Accra Technical University, also present. We appreciate the focus on gender equality and social inclusion of our partners in Ghana, and note the session this afternoon on empowering women researchers. Kudos to Heritors for keeping the focus on GESI considerations. In the area of innovation financing, Impact Investing Ghana, who Derry mentioned, launched the Deal Source Africa program to connect entrepreneurs, investors, and transaction advisors to improve the quality and quantity of deals. We're looking forward to this morning's session on unlocking funding and investments. I might also mention the partnership, the collaboration between Impact Investing Ghana and Impact Investors Foundation IIF in Lagos, who we were fortunate to meet last week. It's a great example of South-South collaboration, cooperation, and perhaps speaks to another session this afternoon on cross-border innovation. The University of Ghana Business School successfully transferred university-developed food processing innovations through demonstration-based trainings to several rural locations in Ghana, taking the fruits of research innovation and innovation beyond major cities like Accra and Kumasi. Our partners have produced also several reports, frameworks and blueprints in collaboration with local experts, contributing to thought leadership and enriching the knowledge and practice bases for innovation in Ghana and beyond. These are available and accessible on our partner websites and program platforms for the benefit of the entire ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying a big thank you to our hosts, Heritors Labs, for organizing this great gathering, bringing together such a wealth of diversity of experience under one roof. We thank the partners who've been involved in this effort, including MESTI and CSIR. We trust this is the beginning of a new future of collaboration between stakeholders in Ghana and across Africa to drive the research and commercialization agenda. In addition to engaging in presentations and panel discussions, we hope you'll take time to network with our partners and other participants to forge new networks for the years ahead. So welcome once again, and Medase.
Thank you so much, Mark. Were you trying to say Medase? All right, thank you. All right, Medase. Thank you, Mark. Right, so right about now we want to do something unique, and then this is going to be done by someone who I can't really quantify since we're doing a lot of research now. He's a nutritionist and at the same time a musician. So I don't know where to put him, which bracket I have to put this gentleman. He does a lot of music about the SDG related topics. This morning, I have with me here Black Snow to give us a performance. Let's give him a round of applause as he takes the stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to this amazing event. So guess what? I have with me these two amazing packages, and I would like to give them out after my performance. Do we have a do or no deal? We have a do or no deal. Or I should take my team back. Do or no deal? We have a deal. Okay, then I will entreat each and everyone to pay attention. Jot something down. Because after, I'll ask the question. Whoever gets it right, ta-da, you have one of these. Okay. It's right here for you. So music. Making the world a better place. Breaking boundaries, breaking all the chains. Filling the gaps, doing know what it takes just to make sure see Africa don't go fade away. So I ask myself, how can we improve upon our research? And I thought of maybe we can come together as one people, share ideas on innovation, commercialization, and bridging the gap between academia, research, and the industry. Because according to the 2020 research, when we look at the Global Innovation Index, out of 132 countries, it began our day for position 95, but we can do better. Yes, we can do better. But the question is, how are we going to do it? And that's why we are here today, isn't it? Isn't it? So objective one, that be the mindset. You know, be rush, we go be one step. Then gradually, slowly, we go come up solutions. This no be one man job, nah. You know, be one man job. Together we can help shape the world. SDG 9 involved. So help me sing. Africa, yeah, mama. Africa, yeah. We can make a change, oh. A change, oh. Sing with me. Africa, yeah, mama. Africa, yeah. We can make a change, oh. A change, oh. Africa, yeah, mama. Africa, yeah. We can make a change, oh. A change, oh. Africa, yeah, mama. Africa, yeah. We can make a change, oh. A change. It's your time now. You can do it. You can do it. It's your time. Africa. Africa. We can make change, oh. Until a change, oh. One more time. Africa. Africa. We can make a change, oh. A change, oh. Africa, yeah. we can make a change. Oh. Come on, you can do better. A change. Oh. Sing me Africa, eh, mama. Africa, eh. We can make a change. Oh. A change. Oh. All right, thank you so much. Come on, give it up for him, give it up for him. Thank you so much. So there's another current research on food security. And studies has found out that when we come to Africa, most of our children are malnourished, stunted, underweight. And for that reason, we need to come together as scientists, share ideas, and make sure we bring a better solution to help shield the world. Thank you so much. Thank you. So my question time. Is someone ready? Is someone ready? So who can share with me the main objective of this event? Anyone? Or I should take my package back? Okay, I can see some hands here. Can we get a mic?
Yeah, there's a
Oh,
mic
I can
at
see
that
another
side.
one. Another one. Wow. Can we have a microphone?
There are mics at the stands there, so you can
Okay.
just walk down. Thank you. Right.
Hello, good morning. My name is Gideon. So basically, it's to improve on our innovation and research. Thank you.
Oh, that's a quick one. Short one. Okay. Yeah, you have your package. I saw another hand somewhere here. So, gentlemen, yeah, here we go. Yeah. And another hand. I saw one here. See it? Yeah. So there's a mic over there.
Bridging the gap between industry, academia, and
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Come on, this one's for you. Can come for it. You can come for it. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Enjoy yourself. Have fun. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Black Snow, for giving packages without looking at the MC. Thank you so much. But I called you. All right. All right, thank you. So the last person who gave the answer said the bridging the
I
gap
will tell
between
you.
research and academia. And then to do that, the formers of this summit has put together someone from the Private Enterprise Federation to also let us know that we're not doing this alone. We're not leaving our research in the lab, but we're bringing it to have a collaboration to bridge that gap between the researchers and then the market space. So, ladies and gentlemen, receiving another remark from the CEO of Private Enterprises Federation. Help me welcome Nana Osaibonsu to give us his speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here this morning because we're going to talk about something very important to business: research. The outcome of research is the bread and butter of business. So for every business, we look for opportunities to collaborate with researchers. And as Heritage had indicated, you need a partnership for research. And the partnership can be academia, can be market women, can be almost everything. So for the Private Enterprise Federation, collaborators are critical to get the best outcome for research. And once you have your partners in collaboration, then you need the umbilical cord, the funding, the money that allows you to do the research, that takes care of all the intangibles and the tangibles that research would bring out. So funding is critical. If you heard the first gentleman who spoke from RISA, we're talking about the funding, the funds that could be accumulated to enable research to be undertaken. So you have your collaborators, you have the funding, and now you have us, the industry, the industry that will take the findings of the research to the market to make sure that it becomes useful to the community. So which one leads to what? The community leads the research, or the research leads the community? That is a question that today we're all going to find out when we get into the deliberations. But when I first came into this country in 2003, I was blessed with some research and the opportunity to do additional research for findings that would change the dynamics of our pension schemes. We had, everybody has a different pension schedules. So with the collaboration of Professor Pierdu from the Office of the Vice President, we undertook research into pension schemes. So as we speak now, we have a 3-tier pension scheme. The original SNIT by government, then tier 2 by individuals, you put 5% away or more, and then tier 3, that's dictated by you as an individual to put maybe up to 16% of your salary away for your pension funds. Very critical. So when you're going to do research, you can tap into this kind of funding. Then on top of that, we also were blessed with the opportunity to do research into something that was common to Ghanaians. You know, a lot of Ghanaians like Guinness beer or Guinness drink. And Guinness was using millet and other things. But we realized that there was another a Greek product that we could use if we do the research well. So we're able to use sorghum research in collaboration with the food research of CSIR. And now Guinness Ghana use sorghum for the brewing of Guinness beer. So collaboration is critical. The researchers, the business people in the Guinness, the pension schemes in accumulation of funding, and the private sector to take the pension schemes to the market. And that, to me, is a critical game changer that we have to be able to do continuously. And today, with the blessing of Heritage, we'll be discussing a lot more, but for the time being, I tease you to think through it, and we'll come back to you. Good morning, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nana Osei-Bonsu. Thank you very much. Next to receive remarks from is the CEO for Association of Ghana Industries, AGI, Mr. Seth Chum Kwabwa. Let's give him a round of applause as he also takes the stage to deliver his speech.
Good morning. So the CEO of Private Enterprise Federation, Nana Osei-Bonsu, a good friend. Prof. Pierdu, the rep of the Vice President, good to see you today. The distinguished researchers that are here and industrialists, ladies and gentlemen from the media. Indeed, it is a pleasure for me to join you this morning for the African Research and Innovation Commercialization Summit. And I bring you felicitations from National Council of Association of Ghana Industries. We are happy to be part of this, and rightly so, because we are industry. And industry is supposed to be the off-taker of all the research that is done. So it's critical that we are part of an arrangement like this. Indeed, research and development facilitate innovation because they provide the necessary data and insights to launch new products and services relevant within our industrial space. A number of businesses today run simulations and model data through research and development. This can save a lot of money. It makes it easy to highlight issues and potential setbacks right at the start of the project. In the process, minimizing costs and then minimizing delays. Therefore, the importance of research and innovation cannot be overemphasized. Unfortunately, however, research works, if not utilized, becomes redundant and do not give any motivation for further production. The only sustainable way to encourage research and technological development is having off-takers to utilize such products on commercial basis. That's why I like the theme from labs to market. It means that when the research is done, there must be an off-taker, utilize it, and then continue to generate further resources out of it, and more research could be done. It is therefore important that when we're doing research, we should have commercialization in mind at the end of the thinking. And indeed, industry is such an important off-taker. I see it in a chain. First, research and then development, or research and development together. Then you do the innovations. But beyond the innovation, in other countries, they have what they call business incubators, who experiment the innovations that have been done and then commercialization. So this chain is very important. In some big companies, all can be put together because they have the capacity, they have the institutional labs and capacity to do this. If you talk to the big companies like the Nestle's, the Guinnesses, the multinationals, they have the labs and they have people within who do this research for them. So through that, they are able to innovate. But what about our SMEs? A lot of our companies in Ghana are SMEs. Do they have the capacity to do their own research? No. Even the very big companies we talked of, the example Nana gave was typical. Even them, they still need research institutions to come out with innovations and research for their products. So it's very important that we appreciate the role of our research institutions and partner them to really get the innovations we need in our businesses. Clearly, government has a role to play. I've talked about business incubation, and business incubation does not come cheap. It is normally not done by individual private sector enterprises. They don't have the capacity, and that's where government comes in. It also means that adequate resources must be committed to research and development. I had the opportunity of visiting Korea recently with Madam, the Deputy Director General from CSIR, and the MD of Heritage Lab, with some other officials from the Ministry of Environment. And they took us through their innovation and research and development over the years. It was quite amazing. Consistently, for decades, they committed 5% of their GDP to research and development. And at the time, they were not so rich. In fact, when they started, redevelopment, they compared themselves to Ghana, and they were not any better than Ghana. But they decided that they will use technology, research, and development as a strategic tool for development, and decided to commit so much resources to it. Today, as a result of this, they've had global companies that benefited from such innovation and research. So the Samsungs, the LGs, the Kias, all these big global companies are coming from one country. And it's not a big country, it's almost like Ghana. And therefore, committing resources is key. The interesting thing is that at the very start, it was committed by government. So it was coming from national resources, and they said, we are going to commit our 5% of our GDP to research and development, science and innovation. And they succeeded. Today, if they look at the contribution from the private sector to the budget of research and innovation, it has far exceeded that of government. Clearly, you start from somewhere. But the starting point is always the difficult one, and that's where you need government support to be able to do so. So indeed, we need more support for our research institutions, and we need more support for innovation and development. And it's also for the private sector to take it up. And I keep saying that for that to work, it also means that the researchers in developing the innovations and products must take account of the interests and the needs of the private sector. If you sit in your lab and you sit in your institution and develop it, it may not have that commercial value. So right from the onset, you should involve the industry, identify their needs, because research and innovation and in development must address a need of the society. And that is how you can commercialize it. So if you are talking of commercialization of research, it means that you are addressing a particular need of industry and of society that the society will put value on. If there's no value on it, there's no way you can commercialize it. You've seen several of this, and sometimes it doesn't work that well. Other times it works because we have taken account of the interest of the society. So it's important that if we are talking research, we talk about these aspects very critically. We know one major issue that researchers have is intellectual property. And I believe that we have intellectual property laws in the country. How many of us are aware of it? How many of us take the interest to know what it is and what it entails? The rights you have and what you should protect by way of your research and innovation. We should take advantage of some of these policies, and where government is developing it, the problem is that most of us don't even show interest because we don't think it relates to us. But when the law or the policy becomes a law, then we are struggling to take advantage of it because we were not that much involved. But government always involve the private sector and institutions when some of these laws are developed. So let's take interest because it is for us. And therefore, if you're a researcher, you should be very interested in the intellectual property rights that are enshrined in some of these policies. Ladies and gentlemen, through research and development, today, we can talk of so many products that are begging for further development, further research. I remember when government started the 1D1F. We went to China, and interestingly, they were looking at products that they could buy from Ghana. And they were mentioning certain products that some of us have never thought of. And they said, yes, we need this material. If you take plantain, the only thing we eat here, we use is what? The fruits. You cut the plantain and then you take the fruits. That whole stem is a big resource that can be produced into yarn for production of what? Upholsteries, carpets like this, for car seats and so on and so forth. You need research and technology to be able to do that. They talked about pineapple. They said, Ghana, you take the pineapple, you eat the fruits. What about the crown? That green thing like the leaf. It's so rich in yarn, and if you use it for production of clothes and everything, the quality is so good. It requires research, it requires innovation, it requires technology. So there are so many areas that industry needs technology to be able to develop. So I think I really cherish this kind of program, which is bringing together industry, academia, researchers, so we interact. If you constantly interact, you appreciate the needs of industry so that you factor that into your innovations, and when you develop it to have a commercial value. And that's the only way to make it sustainable. If it doesn't have a commercial value, unfortunately, it will be sitting in the shelves gathering dust. And I don't think that's what we want to do. So Heritage Lab, I think this is a good program, and that's why, as an association, we are giving our full support for it, and we hope that this being the first one, there will come a second one, there will come a third one, it will continue. And for AGI, we are already talking to a lot of institutions. We have MOUs with the University of Science and Technology, we have MOU with CSR, University of Ghana, trying to bring industry and academia together. And we should continue to work towards that. Today, the key or the cliche now is about climate, it's about environment, it's about sustainability. If you research in any of these areas and you develop products to address some of these concerns, you are in good business as a researcher and as industry. In Nigeria, we have an organization called GRIPE, which is Ghana Recycling initiative by private enterprises. We are trying to see how we can make use of plastics. Plastics is just becoming a menace in our society. And GRIPE is supported by the big companies who use plastics as their packaging materials. So they've all come together under the umbrella of AGI, and we are developing methods and measures to collect the plastics waste. But then when you collect it, you must make use of it. So convert it into other products like chairs, tables, several other products. We need innovation and faster way of crushing this and converting it into other products. So innovation in green technology is key, and researchers should take note of that. I think that we all know the use of digitization today. The Vice President rep is here, so that is their baby. And they've done so much in this area. There's a lot more that can be done. So when it comes to areas of technology development, areas of innovation, areas that industry requires, large number of them, wide spectrum. But the engagement that we have today and beyond will give us an idea of what really industry needs, so that together we can work towards supporting our academia and industry to develop. So on this note, thank you very much, and we'll continue to engage. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving us such a speech. If there is no value for it, there is no way you can commercialize it. Thank you so much, sir. And that's a good take home. Please, the QR code on the screen can be scanned to know the program outline for the day. So please, you can pick up your phones and scan it. One importance of research that has been innovated for us also. It makes life easier for us. So you can scan it, and then you can follow through with the program outline. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If we are done, we can move on. I hope I'm not blocking the QR code before you scan my head. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next to give an address is the Deputy Director General for Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Professor Mrs. Marian Quinn to give us her address.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Honorables here, the representative of our ministry, the Ministry for Science, Technology and Innovation, the representative from the Office of the Vice President, the honorable guests here, fellow researchers, media houses, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on the established protocols, and I deem it a great privilege to be here. I bring you greetings from my Director General, Professor Bosu, who is currently outside the country on official duties. And a lot has been said. They've made a lot of reference to research. So let me use this opportunity to educate you about the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in Ghana. The Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, we call it the CSIR, is the leading organization responsible for science research, development, and innovations. It was established by an Act of Parliament in 1996. In fact, it was established in the 1960s. But the Act in 96, Act 521, established us to do commercialization, so that the monies that we need to do research, we can generate at least 30% of that money. And our mandate as the CSR Ghana involves generating and applying innovative technologies and effectively and efficiently exploiting science and technology for socio-economic development in critical areas of agriculture, industry, environment, some aspects of public health and social sciences, and improving scientific culture of civil society in Ghana. with the goal of promoting accelerated national development. It is our vision at the CSIR to be the leading science, technology, and innovation institute for accelerated social and economic development within the sub-region. The CSIR has 13 institutions, and we are stationed across the country. From the north to the south, east to west, you will find CSIR institutions, substations, outstations. Our staff strength is a little over 3,000, and some of our institutes are exhibiting our research products and commercial products at the exhibition that's been mounted outside. Ladies and gentlemen, innovation is defined as the process of bringing about new ideas, methods, products, services, or solutions that have a significant position and positive impact and of value. It involves transforming creative concepts into tangible outcomes that improve efficiency and effectiveness or address unmet needs. Successful innovation require enabling systems that facilitate commercialization of such innovations, and this include enabling policies, institutional structures, IP offices, incubation and technology transfer platform for programs, among several others. And commercialization is the process that allows businesses to raise and solve problems of new products and bring them to market. It helps companies decide when to launch a certain product by reviewing various factors. And these include, for us in the research, it include the understanding the capacity of research institutes to pursue commercialization, identifying and analyzing institutional research outputs and commercial potential of our research. So in our research institute, every research you are conducting, you have to identify the commercial potential of your research that is being carried out. And your research should be demand-driven. We're looking also at interventions that will strengthen capacity of selected institutions towards commercialization and identify lessons and feedback. Feedback is very critical so that we can scale up commercial products that the institutes have come up with. And there are various spheres within the CSIR along which we achieve this. So in line with our commercialization drive, the CSIR last year we launched a strategic plan. And this strategic plan is a dynamic document that details the CSIR's present situation. It outlines our future plan and show how we can get there, how we can get to our future plan. The development of the 5-year strategic plan was initiated as part of efforts to stimulate synergies among the CSIR institutions, because we are 13 institutions that scattered all over the country. And this will also help us speed up achieving our goals in real time, with the resultant effect of increasing contribution of the CSIR to national development. The strategic plan has 4 strategic thrusts, and the top of it is private sector driven research and development technological innovations. Then we have the CSIR rebranding and visibility improved, financial resource mobilization, and staff and systems improvement. Because of this, since last year, we have embarked on an aggressive partnership with private sector to take our research and innovations from the laboratory to market through commercialization and partnership with the private sector. At the CSIR, we are commercializing our research products, our technical services, our facilities. We are commercializing our equipment. The commercial people come in to use our facilities for their production. And we also, through the use of our researchers and technicians, churn out consultancies. So that is aspect we are commercializing. And also we set the platform to conduct training courses for technology transfer, all in the bid to ensure that the commercial private sector have the requisite technical backstopping. To harness commercialization of our research, we have paid attention to capital mobilization and intellectual property regimes. The innovation and commercialization has been at the various institutes, and because of that, we have started commercialization divisions in all our research institutes, and we have some setups like the CSIR Plus, which is a holding company, and all other subsidiaries. If you know of Sumatra, Ghana, Sekul, they are all research outfits of and commercialized outfits of the CSIR. So it is hopeful that this summit will provide a platform for us to move our various technologies and innovations and products from the lab to market and scale up from pilot to commercial quantities. We hope that we will find more collaborators here. And the CSIR also is setting up an endowment fund, because funding of our research is the biggest headache. We've done our SWOT analysis, and funding, access to fund, is the biggest problem, the hurdle that we have to overcome. So the Director General is setting up an endowment fund, and we hope we can call on Heritage Lab and their partners for this agenda that we have, and we will call on you when the time comes. So although the CSIR is not very visible, I'm sure some of you know, we are not very visible, but we are a very credible brand. So we are looking forward to partnership that will drive startups, incubation centers to serve Ghana and the sub-region, and with a lot of focus on the youth and women. We hope that such initiatives will help bridge the technology and policy gap, because we need policymakers to come on board strongly to encourage commercialization. Some of these will contribute immensely to import substitution, so that our cedi, the Ghana cedi, the local currencies in the various African countries will be strengthened against the US dollar. So once again, I'll take this opportunity to immensely thank Heritage Lab, RISA, and all their partners and associates for this opportunity, and we look forward to greater networks and collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Next, we're going to go online. We're innovating now. So our next address will be done via the online platform. So if my projection team is ready, we're going to have the address from the founder of Design Technology Institute, Madam Constance Swanika, will be giving her address via our projection team. So if the team is ready, can we roll now? Thank you.
My name is Constance. My name is Constance Swanika, the founder and president of Design and Technology Institute. DTI was established in 2016 after I personally had worked in industry for over 20 years. And I saw the huge gap that existed between academia and the world of work. And having had a lot of young people that had come through our industry, we were able to look at the sort of statistics that were coming out and what the data was telling us, that there was the need to work more closely with academia to really look at curriculum that was more responsive to the needs of industry. And so for somebody who now has transitioned from industry into academia, I couldn't have done this if I didn't have data and research. And so for researchers who work in industry, I think the conversation around how we're able to marry these three collaborators is very, very important. And so today's discussion for me is long overdue, and we really look forward to such fora that would allow us to bridge the gap and to transition young people into work more successfully.
In the person of Honorable Joseph Kujo. Projection team, let it roll now.
Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank the organizers of this conference for the kind invitation and for consideration of public enterprises in the 2024 Africa Research, Innovation, and Commercialization Summit in Accra. My thoughts on the role of the public enterprise in moving innovation from the laboratory to markets underscores the crucial role public enterprises play in the economy. Ghana's specified entities collectively contribute to a third of the economy and also hold 50% of the assets of the corporate space. In an era defined by rapid technological and advancements and global competition, the role of public enterprises in fostering innovation and transmitting it from the laboratory to the marketplace is more critical than ever. Innovation is a key driver of economic growth and competitiveness as it leads to productivity improvements, cost savings, and better quality services. Innovation can help organizations stay relevant in the competitive marketplace and achieve success. Public enterprises are widely acknowledged as catalysts for business innovation. They possess a unique ability to shape markets, influence the adoption of new technologies, and act as buyers, regulators, and infrastructure providers. By leveraging these capabilities, public enterprises can play a pivotal role in driving innovation and accelerating the transition of novel ideas and technology from the confines of the laboratory to the broader marketplace. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the key procedures through which the public enterprises can stimulate innovation is by leveraging public procurement. Public demand can be strategically targeted to stimulate innovation by influencing the market for specific new products, new technologies, and new services. Through well-designed public procurement initiatives, public enterprises can create a conducive environment for the uptake of innovative solutions, thereby fostering a culture of continuous advancement and market-led innovation. Additionally, the importance of public-private collaborations in driving innovation cannot be overstated. By forging strategic partnerships with the private sector, enterprises can combine resources, knowledge, and expertise to tackle complex challenges and expedite the implementation of innovative projects. These collaborations create fertile ground for the development of cutting-edge technologies and practices, ultimately contributing to societal and economic advancement. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, although the role of the public enterprises in fostering innovation is undeniable, it is essential to acknowledge the challenges they face, including limited competition, bureaucracy, and the need for effective financial incentives. Addressing these challenges and seizing the opportunities presented by the evolving innovation landscape is crucial for public enterprises to fulfill their potential as drivers and market-led innovation. To sum it up, the role of public enterprises in moving innovation from the lab to the market is multifaceted and of paramount importance. As we navigate the complexities of the modern innovation ecosystem, it is imperative that public enterprises continue to adapt, collaborate, and lead the charge towards a future defined by sustainable market-led innovations. Finally, in a world where boundaries blur in the realm of innovation, cross-border collaboration to move research from labs to markets is one big conversation that is crucial for Africa's future. I understand that there are ongoing actions towards establishing a UK-Africa Innovation Trust Corridor to foster innovation, co-creation, innovation sharing, and innovation trade between African Commonwealth countries and the UK. This initiative fills me with immense optimism as it promises to catalyze the research and innovation value chain, fueling economic growth in ways we've only begun to imagine. I look forward to seeing the establishment of the Trust Corridor come to fruition. I can assure you of my ministry's support and readiness to collaborate on this visionary initiative. I thank you for your kind attention and hope your deliberations will be fruitful. I look forward to receiving any recommendations of significance for the public enterprises that would come out of this conference. May the Lord bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our visitors online. So we are now back to in person here. Thank you so much. Look at the next person by you and find out the person is still around. Right, I'm thinking our next in-person address is no other person than the director in charge of research, statistics, and information management at the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation. Help me welcome, so fast, Ajay Mensah.
Thank you very much. The rep of the Vice President's Office, Professor Kwekwa Appiah, the Honorable Minister for Public Enterprises who just delivered a speech, the rep of the Minister of Trade, His Excellency, the rep of the State of Israel, the Chief Executive Officer, AGI, Public Enterprise Foundation as well, the team lead, RISA, our partners from the UK FCDO, then our dear colleagues from far and near Rwanda, Kenya, and some other members who have also joined us here for this meeting, the research community, higher education, the other members of the private sector, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I do this on behalf of the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation. The Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation is pleased to be associated with the inaugural African Research, Innovation, and Commercialization Summit. We extend heartfelt gratitude to Heritage Lab for their invaluable partnership, as well as the Research and Innovation Systems for Africa Research Fund and the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office UK for their unwavering support. I also extend appreciation to our Council for Scientific and Industrial Research that was represented by the Deputy DJ, Prof, for being an integral part of this exercise and their efforts in advancing science, technology, and innovation. It is gratifying to see quite a varied mix of expertise and professionals here, and we thank you all for being here. We acknowledge especially participants from outside the country and dear participants for your continued dedication to advancing the research and innovation value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, the transformative power of science, technology, and innovation is in driving economic growth and global competitiveness cannot be overestimated. We have seen the potential impacts of sectors such as health, education, and agriculture, among others. Realizing the full potential of ST&I requires the transition of research and innovation outcomes to markets. It is through this avenue that Ghana can harness the true potential of ST&I, creating viable and inclusive value chains and innovation markets for sustainable and socio-economic development. As the ministry responsible for environment, science, technology, and innovation, our commitment to advancing ST&I in Ghana is exemplified by the review of our national science, technology, and innovation policy. This policy is driven by the fundamental objectives aimed at fostering a comprehensive advancement in scientific and technological capabilities. It endeavors to facilitate the mastering of these capabilities among a critical mass of individuals from various institutions. The National Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy provides a robust framework for collaboration efforts among institutions in developing science, technology, and innovation programs across all sectors and by addressing the essential needs of society. Furthermore, it focuses on creating conducive conditions for the enhancement of scientific and technological infrastructure, promoting research and the development of innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge the issues relating to funding and investment gaps and clear commercialization pathways, policy and regulatory uncertainties, knowledge and technical skills gaps, technology platforms deficiencies, procedural gaps, scaling obstacles, new market access, barriers, local and international, and cultural resistance that continue to pose challenges to our drive to place science, technology, and innovation at the center of socioeconomic development. It is on this note that we welcome the African Research and Innovation Commercialization Summit as a platform to assist in addressing some of these challenges through constructive engagement, sharing of ideas and expertise in various areas. We commit to taking very seriously the issues arising out of these summits by ensuring implementation in collaboration with all relevant stakeholders. We are particularly encouraged by the ongoing efforts to establish the UK-Africa Innovation Trust Corridor, which aims to facilitate research and innovation exchanges between the UK-African Commonwealth members and their partners as part of the commitment to cross-border research initiatives and agenda. As a ministry, We embrace this initiative and we look forward to advancing discussions of the various issues that come out for this particular initiative. We have no doubt that today's discourse will further prepare our forward march and collective goal towards commercialization of research and innovation in Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cephas J. Mensah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored and privileged to have in our midst this morning the Senior Policy Advisor to the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome to stage to give a speech on behalf of the Vice President. We are privileged and honored. Help me welcome Professor Kweku Appiah-Adu to give us his address this morning. Thank you so much. Let's clap till he gets onto the stage. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Representatives of the Ministers of Environment, Science, Technology, Trade and Industry, Communications and Digitalization, Prof. Fred Mark Baganlori, President of Academic City, Prof. Marian Quain, DDG of CSIR, CEO Association of Ghana Industries, UK Ghana Chamber of Commerce, Heritage Labs, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen and friends from the media, all other protocols observed. I am delighted to be one of your guest speakers, and my theme, as discussed with Heritage Lab, in conjunction with all that is happening today, from lab to commercialization, innovation, and research, and building a research, innovation, and trade corridor across Africa. My theme is Ghana, a front-runner innovation economy, government's actions in the past years. Innovation can be fueled by science, research, and technology. It may entail improved ways of working with new and diverse partners, or can involve new social and business models or policy, creative financing mechanisms, as well as path-breaking improvements in delivering essential services and products. Innovation thrives best when facilitated by a strong innovation ecosystem of favorable enabling conditions. Strong innovation ecosystems create the enabling environment for innovations to be developed and scaled, and for actors to solve critical challenges. Ghana ranks 99 out of 123 countries surveyed in the 2023 Global Innovation Index, which was developed by the World Intellectual Property Organization, Cornell University, and the ONSIAD Business School. The annual report evaluated countries based on various indicators such as institutions, human capital and research, infrastructure, market sophistication, business sophistication, knowledge, and technology outputs as well as creative outputs. Ghana's 99th ranking signifies progress in its innovation ecosystem, but also points to areas where improvements are needed. Government is pursuing a range of policies and government-coordinated initiatives that place science, technology, and innovation at the center of the country's socio-economic development. This is in line with the 2030 agenda adopted at the UN Sustainable Development Summit in September 2015, which positioned science, technology, and innovation as key means for implementing the SDGs. Harnessing STI has cross-cutting applications in agriculture, education, health, industry, energy, water and sanitation, and other sectors of the economy. Now, on government's efforts towards innovation, Ghana has prioritized sustained economic growth, accelerated poverty reduction, and enhanced shared prosperity on the path to recovery from the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on businesses and livelihoods. The Coordinated Program of Economic and Social Development Policies 2017-2024 has as its theme an agenda for jobs, creating prosperity and equal opportunities for all. It offers a new approach to doing things to drive the agenda for change, growth, job creation, and prosperity for all. The program entails achieving the following. 1. Creating opportunities for all Ghanaians to develop themselves. 2. Safeguarding the natural environment and ensuring a resilient built environment. 3. Maintaining a stable, united, and safe country. And finally, 4. Building a prosperous nation. The goal of the agenda is to remove the bottlenecks stifling the growth of the private sector and create one of the best environments for private sector and create environments for private sector growth and development in Africa. At the center of this vision is an intentional strategy to develop the human capital for an optimistic and prosperous nation by innovatively applying resources to create economic opportunities for all Ghanaians. Government has also prioritized transformation of Ghana's economy, and in this respect, government has developed a catalytic intervention, the Ghana Cares or Batampa program, to support the recovery and revitalization of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, setting the country on a path to transform the economy and enabling a build forward better agenda. Phase 1 of this initiative was from July to December 2020, and it was a response to stabilizing the shocks of the COVID-19 pandemic. It was supported with issues that would help citizens, social services, to provide some relief during the peak of the pandemic. In the second phase, 2021 to 2024, government planned to fuel productive sectors of the economy and pursue import substitution strategies to drive economic growth. The Coordinated Program for Economic and Social Development Policies, an agenda for jobs and creating prosperity and equal opportunities for all, has placed entrenching information and communications technology and digital innovation at the center of the national development agenda. and also as part of a strategy to position the country as a regional ICT hub. The National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, NEIP, is a government initiative formed in 2017 to create a business-friendly, innovative, and entrepreneurial environment for businesses, particularly youth-led businesses. The COVID-19 pandemic has also presented an opportunity for the economic transformation of Ghana through innovation and digitalization. And now on our digital efforts as a country. The digital economy, which we have embarked on as a country, is radically changing international trade, affecting business practices, introducing new business intermediaries, and consequently conducting all business in new ways and embracing new business opportunities as part of the economic transformation that is required to participate in the digital economy. And I must say that this does not apply to Ghana only, but throughout the world, digital has become the way to go. Governments play a critical role in the creation of an enabling policy environment to support these activities. Over the past few years, the government of Ghana has embarked on a number of innovations to leapfrog Ghana's development pathways in the belief that leveraging technology in the long run improves efficiency, limits human interactions, improves traceability of transactions, and would significantly help in the positive transformation of our economy. Government envisions Ghana as a leading economy powered by digital innovation, a smart nation with world-class regional cities that give businesses, institutions, citizens, and foreigners the best Ghanaian experience ever possible, while also quickly responding to their different and changing needs. Government has since 2017 signaled its aspirations to build on the ICT developments. The goal is to quickly transform the Ghanaian society by leveraging technological innovations to advance the development process, overcome legacy administrative problems, and improve both economic and public sector governance. Government consistently demonstrated the political will to do just that as a catalyst for economic growth. Technological innovation is hastening the rapid digitalization of a wide range of transactions, interactions, and human activities. Ghana's recent digital transformation journey has been on the trajectory of efficient delivery of public services to minimize transaction costs and enhance the convenience of citizens in many aspects of their dealings with government. In the space of nearly 7 years, some of the key areas of digitalization adoption include the National ID System, Digital Addressing System, interoperability of payment systems, the Ghana.gov platform, the Universal QR Code, paperless port, e-pharmacy, the DVLA and its operations, Births and Deaths Registry, Scholarship Secretariat applications, and the list goes on and on and on. Digital innovations and entrepreneurship in general have overlapping connections with the innovative system, with great potential to transform the economy and contribute to accelerating progress towards national development. At this intersection is the use of technology with tremendous potential to modernize and transform the economy, create solutions to address critical needs of society, ease citizen access to information, stimulate collaboration, networking, and investment, and generally support a vibrant innovation ecosystem. On Africa's innovation outlook, the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, has the advantage and the potential of being one of the largest regional markets. This paves the way to bring added value to the African market by unleashing the latest tailored technologies and innovations that enable digital cross-border trade and African economies to flourish at local, regional, and global levels. In Africa, management practices of telecommunications, transportation, infrastructure, ineffective customs processing, lack of intra-governmental coordination, and a lack of strategic policy frameworks have been identified as characterizing barriers to e-business adoption and use. New innovations in ICT and e-trade applications provide many benefits across a wide range of intra and inter-firm business processes and transactions. At the continental level, this work will require a renewed commitment to cross-border integration, building towards a single African digital market. This regional collaboration will be critical to generate the economies of scale, network effects, and cooperation, all critical to enable African digital firms to compete regionally and globally, and also create the investment case for digital infrastructure and to boost access to digital services, e-commerce, and opportunities for all African citizens and businesses regardless of location. This effort, together with public and private investments, will help to build the fundamentals for a digital future-ready Africa. As I conclude, Ghana seeks to strengthen its economic resilience, rebuild market confidence, and revitalize the economy in the coming years. At the heart of this recovery strategy is a sustained debt path, a renewed emphasis on innovation across sectors, resource mobilization, digital skills development, and entrepreneurship, promotion to tackle the persistent unemployment hindering the future of our youth. Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed at the cusp of a realization of the Africa we want. As key stakeholders, we must consolidate the successes so far and with a sense of urgency, develop innovative solutions needed to deepen intra-African development and spur impact investments needed to bring prosperity to the continent and its people. And we must do this with fearless determination. May God bless our homeland Ghana and Africa and make us great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Kwekwa PhD, Senior Policy Advisor to the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you once again. So right about now, we've been taking messages upon messages back to back. We want to now cool off a bit by taking a musical interlude from Senku Live. Senku, take us through. Thank you so much. And then for those of us who've already taken some pictures, don't forget to use the hashtag ARICS Summit 2024. Thank you.
When I wake up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hurts my eyes. When something without warning, love, burns heavy on my mind. So then I look at you, and the world's so fine with me. Just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be lovely day. Lovely day. When the day that lies ahead of me seem impossible to face, yeah, yeah. When someone else instead of me always seem to know the way. Then I look at you, and the world's so far with me. Darling, just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be lovely day. Lovely day. When the day that lies ahead of me seem impossible to face. When someone else instead of me always seem to know the way. Then I look at you, and the world's so fine with me. Darling, just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day.
Round of applause for Senku Life. Let's show them some love. Thank you so much. Taking us way back into the day. Thank you once again, Senku Life. Next to give the speech on stage concerning this whole summit and the reason why we've gathered here will be the Development Director for the British High Commission, Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Richard Sandel to give us his address. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard Sandel, and I'm the Development Director for the British High Commission here in Accra. That means my job is to oversee our aid programming, which covers science, health, education, climate, economic reform. Thank you to the Senior Special Advisor to the Vice President, to senior officials from MOTI, from MESTI, from the Ministry of Public Enterprise, to the representatives of the private sector, to the innovators, to everybody, in fact, who is a champion of innovation, of commercialization, and good scientific research. It's very exciting to be amongst you today for the launch of these two really important new pieces of evidence which will shape the way that we in this room can work together in the coming months and years. Last year, the British Foreign Secretary visited Ghana, a very senior minister, James Cleverly, since become the Home Secretary. He's got a much more difficult job now. Came to Ghana and he launched the UK-Ghana Science and Technology Strategy in a blaze of glory at the Noguchi Institute with the former Minister of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. And people asked, okay, so what's the purpose of the UK-Ghana Science and Technology and Innovation Strategy? What's that going to do? You know, is there a big bucket of cash that comes along with that? How are we going to spend this money? In fact, although there is a lot of money around in this ecosystem, some from the British government, some from other donors, of course a lot from the private sector, the point of this strategy was not necessarily to throw more money into the mix. It was to think about what we've got already, what's already going on, and how we can make the best of it. Unbelievably, we discovered that there were over 300 different partnerships between UK people and Ghana people and institutions covering science, tech and innovation. We had no idea that there were going to be so many. They covered everything from agricultural science, vaccine development, to partnerships like the ones that Heritage Labs are leading for us under the RISA program. And putting them all together in one place seemed like a really powerful thing to do, to see actually what was going on. Maybe our job is really just to try and make sure that all of those partnerships are working as well as they can, that all of the 16 people that are working on drug discovery know who each other are and are working together. All the people working on innovation trust corridors are properly coordinated. All of the agricultural scientists working with drones on artificial intelligence mapping of crops, that they all know who each other are. So the first point of that strategy was knowing what is going on, and we found remarkably that actually a huge amount is going on, and I think there's probably a huge amount going on represented in this room as well. So we want to enable scientists, officials, entrepreneurs to better track opportunities, foster capability building programs like RISA, and continue to promote and facilitate and establish joint university and research institute partnerships that can encourage open science practices and support the sharing of evidence, data, information, and argumentation. We want to explore in particular through the RISA program and through what we're talking about today, about how to better partner up investors with innovators. And I think seeing this as a market, as the phrase has it, the lab to commercialization market is really, really important. Markets don't happen by magic. They only happen when a lot of things are surrounding them, are all working better. Is the information there? Are the incentives right? Do the people know the right people? And part of our job today is to make the actors in that market, innovators, investors, business people, as attractive and as visible as we can. And if we do that, then we're going to see more business, more investment, and more science and innovation flow, which will benefit us all. The RISER program is a really important program for us. In Ghana last year, I think it spent over £1 million with grants to organisations like Heritage, but others as well. And it's part of our commitment to deliver on that strategy. The two reports being launched today are part of the FCDO's evidence fund, so not commissioned to gain a better understanding and evidence on how commercialisation actually works in practice. What challenges and opportunities are we facing in Ghana? So the evidence and the insights that these reports, you'll hear about them shortly, are generating should be guiding recommendations for this concept of an innovation trust corridor. At the moment, things seem fragmented, things seem risky, things seem uncertain perhaps, and a lot of you are working in conditions where you don't have all of the information that maybe you need to make the decisions and the investments. An innovation trust corridor is a really important concept between the UK and Ghana to further deliver on this science and tech strategy. It will serve as a platform for innovators, researchers, investors across our two countries to collaborate and to co-develop and to trade those innovations more easily. So this conference is a result of the UK government's engagements to strengthen our ecosystem here in Ghana and to really show how the UK collaborates with local strategic stakeholders to encourage evidence-based policies for the innovation ecosystem here. I really want to take this opportunity to push for the mobilisation and really good use of public resources. And I'm not just talking to the officials, but to the innovators and organisations that hold those officials to account. I want to encourage the government of Ghana to institutionalise the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Project, the Ghana Innovation and Research Commercialisation Centre, and really use those institutions to the best of their ability. Look at the overlaps and looking for more opportunities for more joint work and better operational efficiency. Goodwill messages can sometimes engender the opposite effect if they go on too long. I have a lot of goodwill towards you. I hope there's a lot of goodwill already in this room. So I'm going to leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Richard. That was good. Now, right about now, there's something that's going to happen on the stage here. So if you see this wonderful thing on stage here, something going to happen here on stage. So keep your eyes glued on stage. Don't take it out anywhere. So help me welcome the CEO and founder of Heritage Lab, Darren Dazi, to do this next action. Right. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes on stage to do this.
Thank you very much. So, whilst we've been sitting here, we've been hearing some 3 words: innovation, trust, corridor. And I know people are wondering, what's all this thing about? You know, why are we mentioning innovation, trust, corridor? What has it got to do with what we are doing here? We find that it's important to find a very trusted enclave or place or platform for innovation engagement, and innovation engagement bordering on how we co-create innovation, how we trade innovation, and how we share knowledge on innovation knowledge. And the question is, how can that be done? Where is the evidence that that is even needed? So to be able to put together an evidence to let us understand what the innovation ecosystem looks like, what the market or innovation market look like, whether it exists or does not exist, who the key value chain actors are, what the challenges that are being faced by the innovators and entrepreneurs and researchers in academia. The UK government, through the FCDO, supported an evidence-based research to see the viability of setting up a trust corridor that would bring different countries together, especially within the African Commonwealth together, to see how we can co-create innovation, how we can trade innovation, and how we can share innovation knowledge. Today, we are going to unveil the report, and after the unveiling, during the course of the program, myself and one other professor who worked on the report will come on stage to take you through what is inside the report and how we went about gathering the evidence. So on this note, I would like to invite to the stage the dignitaries that are seated, Professor Apiedu, Richard Sandal, Professor Magbagon Luri, Seifa Sejay, Mr. Setuma Kwabwa, Professor Marion Quain, and reps from RISA to come on stage as we try and unveil the Trust Corridor report. Thank you very much.
One expression that I've been living with for so many years is evidence-based research. My first stint at the office of the president from 2002 to 2009, we used to do a lot of monitoring and evaluation of government policies and programs and projects. And somewhere along the line, the expression evidence-based research surfaced. Then I went into academia for a while. The expression was still there. I'm back at the office of the president now. Evidence-based research still remains very powerful. I do a bit of work at the Africa level with Twende Mbele, which is linked to the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. And in all the work that we do, evidence-based research remains potent. So here we are. Research has been undertaken. I know that this Trust Corridor business we've been talking about, there's something we've done with Singapore. And a couple of days ago, the Vice President, Excellency the Vice President, was at Bank of Ghana to launch the project, so that small and medium-sized enterprises can benefit from the evidence-based research findings that small and medium-sized enterprises can tap into in terms of work that we're doing with Singapore, and it will be moved on to other African countries because Rwanda has been selected, Kenya has also been selected, and so on and so forth. So we start with that. We move to Africa, and probably we can add other countries such as Malaysia and Australia. That is in the pipeline. So this time around, the focus is on Africa. So research, innovation, create a trust corridor, and make it possible for MSMEs, even large organizations can tap into this, and all countries can tap into this as well, as we build on boosting intra-African trade, which is really one of the main pillars of the AFCFTA. So at this point, one would say that it's always great to collaborate, but what do we base collaboration on? It should be based on evidence. And that's the reason we are here. And so we are hoping that the findings of this work would go a long way to help us to build the Africa we want. So at this juncture, it is my singular honor. Let's pull out a couple of It is my singular honor to declare this study undertaken by the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, in collaboration with Heritage Lab, the stairs, titled A Trajectoral Discovery of Ghana's Innovation Markets and Value Chain Map, MVCM, for Sustainable Innovation Commercialization, duly launched.
Right, so ladies and gentlemen.
Now, I have to add the statement that the authors are Mr. Deridine Dadzi and Professor Gordon Adomza.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let's take our cameras out, and that is it for us now.
Okay, now, the second study, which is a complement to this titled Research-Based Evidence to Support the Formation of New Africa Evidence Trust Corridor, funded by the Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom, in collaboration with Heritage Lab, the stairs, authored by Deridine Dadzi, Dr. Mami Yakwa Play, Professor Louis Smith, Dr. Joe. Shall we put together a hand?
Please don't go upstage now. Please don't go upstage now. Please help me take this. Okay, I'll photographers. Take a wonderful picture of our distinguished guest. Please, I get what's on stage. Let's show them some love. Let's be clapping now. While they take 4 pictures of you personally, they are taking personal pictures now, and then the official photographers will now do their work for us. Yeah. Thank you. Right. All right, so we're going to take the official photograph. We want to see your lovely smiles on stage for us here. Yes. Let's do it together now. Thank you so much.
Right, it's celebration in the house now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, distinguished guests, for doing us this honors. Thank you very much. Thank you so right about now, we're going to go in for our coffee break. And whilst we're going for the coffee break, the distinguished guests that helped us launch this report will be going out to have a view of the exhibition that is being on display there. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If you've not taken any pictures, get to the backdrop, take some pictures, and don't forget the hashtag ARICS Summit 2024. Right now, the coffee break is up next. Thank you so much, and we're going to be back here in the next 15 minutes. So please, let's keep to time. Thank you very much. So we now move out with a distinguished guest. We go through this door to the exhibition grounds. Thank you so much. DJ.
Everybody back on the phone. Or do I come some dumb? Miss me in the war. Oh, miss me in the war.
Hello.
Hi.
Try.
Hi, sound two.
Hi.
Mic check.
Try.
1 2 1 2.
1 2.
Hi.
Try. Sound up. Agadu.
Check this one. It's open arm small. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Now, open this. Hello. Hello. Oh. Hello. 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 Hi. Hello. Reduce this. Reduce. Hello.
the main shitty papa. The air cool, me cause I'm in a tear, make you want me pass a couple.
kindly make your way to
My name is Constance Wanica, the founder and president of Design and Technology. DCI was established in 2016 after I personally have worked in industry for over 20 years. And I saw the huge gap that exists between academia and the world of work. And having had a lot of young people that had come through our industry, we were able to look at the sort of statistics that were coming out and what the data was telling us, that there was the need to work more closely with academia to really look at curriculum that was more responsive to the needs of industry. And so for somebody who now has transitioned from industry into academia, I couldn't have done this if I didn't have data and research. And so for researchers who work in industry, I think the conversation around how we're able to marry these three collaborators is very, very important. And so today's discussion for me is long overdue, and we really look forward to such fora that would allow us to bridge the gap and to transition young people into work more successfully.
Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank the organizers of this conference for the kind invitation and for consideration of public enterprises in the 2024 Africa Research, Innovation, and Commercialization Summit in Accra. My thoughts on the role of the public enterprise in moving innovation from the laboratory to markets underscores the crucial role public enterprises play in the
Thank
economy.
you once again, distinguished guests.
Ghana's specified
So zooming into the
entities
second phase
collectively
of the program is going
contribute
begin
to
with
a third of the economy
a panel discussion
and also
a Q&A section. Now the panel discussion is going to run on the topic, More Money Solves Problem, Unlocking Funding and Investment to Advance the Research and Innovation Economy in Africa. And to help us do that, we have two people joining us online, and the rest will be in person. So we want to introduce those that are here joining us in person. Mr. James Arthur Amua, who is a business coach with Widow Africa. If he's around, let's put our hands together and welcome him on stage as he takes his seat on stage. Thank you so much, James. From the Bank of Ghana, Mr. Kwame Opon, let's put our hands together as he takes his seat also. Helping us with the moderation is no other person than the General Manager of City FM and City TV, Bernard Kokuavle. Let's welcome him as he takes his seat. Then our panelists joining us online, Professor Victor Morit from University of London, SOAS, UK, and then Mr. Ben Jan Kessie, who is the Executive Director of Cosmos Innovation Center. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you your moderator, the panelists. Panelists, moderator, your audience. Thank you.
And please put your hands together for the MC. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen here and all our lovely audience online. Welcome to the panel on money problems. So more money solves problems. Somebody says more money, more problems. And I have so many panelists to deal with. Just to go through again, Professor Victor Murinde, if you can hear me, say good morning from where you are. All right. Prof, if you can hear me, give me a wave so I know you're there. Also, Ben Jankesi. Ben, if you're there, let me hear from you, Ben. Hello, Prof. Prof is happy. He doesn't know he's on camera. He doesn't know he's on TV. He's just smiling. Ben, can you hear me? Good afternoon. Wonderful. Let me start with those who are here. So basically, we want to find out how we can get money to finance our research and innovation. It's a big panel. We don't have a lot of time. So I'm going to just go around the panel. Couple of minutes introduction of who you are and whether you are on the money side or the research side. Right there. There are people who have money and there are people who have ideas, and we have to merge the two. So I'm going to start with David. Are you on the money side or research side?
I think I'm on the money side.
You're on the money side. You've been dressed like it. Okay. Wonderful. But tell me a bit more about what you do, David.
I'm David Ofori, Director of Innovation, NEIP. That's what keeps me awake. And I have a responsibility to drive innovation across all sectors in Ghana, not just digital innovation, but artisanal innovation more especially, and other sectors as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Let me come to James. Tell me more about you and your organization.
I'm James Arthur Amoa. I'm the coach coordinator for the WeDo project.
Yeah.
The WeDo project is a financial digital platform whereby we leverage on remittances from people outside Ghana, and then we try and match the investments that those in the diaspora would do, and then coupled with coaching, business coaching and mentorship, we assist businesses to grow.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Are you on the money side or on the research side?
We are on both sides.
I love that.
It's been actually organized by the German government, being carried out by GIZ.
So you help people who need money to get money.
Exactly.
But you also match the money they get with your own money.
Yes, so that their businesses can grow.
You are my kind of guy. Put your hands together for James, guys. Next is Kwame Opong, Head of FinTech Innovation, BOG. Kwame, you are definitely on the money side.
As long as I'm from BOG, I guess I am on the money side. But good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kwame Opong. I'm the Director of FinTech and Innovation at Bank of Ghana, responsible for licensing and supervising the mobile money industry, the payment service providers, as well as the innovation that the Bank of Ghana is helping to facilitate and enable in the financial sector more broadly in the economy. I am, as mentioned, on the money side, but also actually heavily on the research side.
Yeah.
So I just want to make that point a bit more prominent. Yeah. Thank you.
So you are Head of FinTech and Innovation
Yes.
at the Bank of Ghana. So you do innovation within a lot of money. Kwame, I'm just messing with you. Thank you. Dr. Joyce Free, tell us more about what you do.
So, as you can hear, I am the money side.
Yeah.
And I have been with Bank of America for 20 years, with deep experience in banking and finance.
Yeah.
And I'm also a lecturer currently at the UPSA.
Wonderful. So you will help me on the money side. I need to know, for example, later on, what kinds of funding or financing is available for research and innovation? How do you categorize them? How we access them? Let me try my luck one more time with Professor Victor Morinde. Prof, good morning again. If you can hear me, tell us more about what you do in about a minute.
Good morning. My name is Victor Morinde. I'm AXA Professor in Global Finance and also the Director of the Center for Global Finance at SOAS University of London. But within the context of the RISA project, I am the research lead within the RISA program. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ben Jan Kesse, Executive Director of Cosmos Innovation Center. Ben, if you can hear me, good afternoon. Tell me more about what you do.
Hey, good afternoon. And so I work with Cosmos Innovation Center, where we train youth entrepreneurs in agricultural value chain, helping them to understand the pain points of the actors in the agricultural value chain, creating commercial and viable solutions for Africa's agricultural challenges.
Thank you very much, Ben. So to make this very easy, I'm going to start on the money side. So when we say funding for research, what kind of money are we talking about? Are there different sources? Doc, you're going to help me with those definitions. Then I'm going to come to the main challenges or the barriers in accessing funding. I'll go to Prof and speak to some of the people on the ideas. So I'm going to start with you, Dr. Free. Tell me more about what kinds of money we have available to finance research.
So we have three main types of funding. This includes grants, equity and debt. So for you to really understand as it relates to funding for innovation and technology, I would talk about sources of funding for these kinds of innovations. So we have government as source of funding. We have, I think, foundations, and then we have companies, businesses. So for governments, they would normally give grants, but they also can give debts. Then when we come to businesses, businesses normally look at the profit side. So they would give equity or debt. Debt can either be concessional or non-concessional, depending on their priorities and what they feel speaks to them. And then when it comes to the last one, which is debt or equity. Yeah. So for equity, normally it is produced by venture capitalists, also by corporate ventures, and by angel investors.
Wow.
Yes. So these are the three key.
Well, let me see how my memory works. So there's government, there's foundations, and there's companies. Yes. Government will do grants or debt. Yes. Companies will do equity or debt. But what do foundations do?
Grants.
They do grants. So Bill and Melinda Gates will do grants.
Yes.
They don't do equity.
They also can give concessional
loans, and there's two kinds of debt. Yeah. Anybody on the panel want to add anything to this? Is there any other source that is not here?
I think the source of goodwill.
Goodwill. So
goodwill.
Friends.
Friends. So these days you hear about crowdsourcing.
Yeah.
Because if you have a goodwill in a society, in a neighborhood, they are poised to support your idea just because you come from that society and they believe in the vision you are carrying. And so it may not necessarily be any of the traditional ones like debt, equity. They will just want to support you, get a good start. And that's also crucial, especially for our cultural setting. You need a lot more of that because the traditional ones seems challenging because our cultural settings have barriers that doesn't make the traditional ones work.
Wonderful. Because I studied in Ghana, we usually use alliteration and mnemonics to learn. So GGFC, Goodwill, Government, Foundations, Companies. That's the name of our football club, GGFC. And the products are grants, equity, debts, GED. So GGFC produces GED. And the D, there are two types. There's C and NC, concessionary and non-concessionary. That's a great baseline. Thank you. Professor, Professor, this looks like so much sources of funding. So why are so many researchers broke? Why don't they have money for their good ideas? Why aren't people getting money from GGFC? What's the problem?
Okay, I guess this is directed to me. First of all, let me thank my colleague Afiria for mentioning the source of research grants and other sources, equity debt. It's also possible for companies to fund further research, especially for innovation, through their R&D departments, research and development offices, because major companies have that source, but also international organizations, both multilaterals, and also international conglomerates fund research and innovation, sometimes through consultancies. But I'd like to make one argument, especially the research and innovation that feeds into sustainable development of companies. And if you would like allow me, I'd like to quickly share a presentation, if that's okay with you.
No, you can't share a presentation. We don't have a lot of time. So just give us the bullet points.
Okay. So I'll go straight then and make one quick point. Okay. Today we are talking about, say, research ecosystems. That is to ensure that research is connected all the way between the suppliers of research, and that is universities, research organizations, and individuals, and the demand for research. This is the policies, governments, companies that want new practices, that fits into the demand. And then you have in the middle, you have research and innovation intermediaries. For example, think tanks. So really, when you think about the research, you are thinking about an ecosystem, okay? Like research, ecosystem strengthening as in RISA and in Israel. But you also think about innovation ecosystems, like you see in Heltos Lab and in Impact Investing in Ghana, whereby the small innovators are working with the global innovators. So you think about an innovation ecosystem. In terms of finance, what we need to think about is the finance ecosystem, the ecosystem for financing research and innovation, which means that it's not like a single entity like banks. It is not a single entity like government providing research grants. It's the combination of all the players in the financial ecosystem, those that can provide even seed funding, business angels, venture capital, loans, bonds issued, so that altogether they finance research ecosystem, innovation ecosystem. That's the point I want to drive home about the need for strengthening the research, the financial ecosystems that can stand behind great leaps in research, ecosystem strengthening, and innovation ecosystem strengthening.
Wonderful. Thank you for giving us those insights. Adding to the list we put up, obviously the R&D of companies, critical. Also, distinguishing between an innovation ecosystem and a finance ecosystem. I like the ecosystem idea. Let me come to Doc again, just to give me some quick insights. So, you've already told us the types of financing available. Now, talk to me about strategies that have worked, right? Give me one or two examples of what has worked in raising the right type of money that will give you the space to do the right kind of research and innovation.
I'll first talk about facilitating access to finance. So companies, we have to be able to improve access to financial mechanisms. So we can do this by developing innovative financial mechanisms, which include venture capital, angel funds, angel investment funds, and also we also have what we call crowdfunding platforms. All these are mechanisms that can help in getting funds. Also, we can also have some instruments, financial instruments, like risk reducing facilities and venture debts. Because venture debts are actually backed by venture funds, they are actually more preferred. So these are some of the things that when it comes to finance. But then again, we can also talk about enabling what we call policy. The policy environment has to be enabled in the sense that governments should be able to enable people or investors to actually invest in their countries. And the way they do that is to mitigate risk. What kind of risk should they mitigate? Some of the risks are political instability. They also have to mitigate risks like regulatory uncertainties and also infrastructural uncertainties or concerns. So we can also say that that is the next one I'll give. And for the last one, we also have to create strong entrepreneurial ecosystem.
Wonderful. Kwame, you wanted to make a point in addition.
Sure. No, I think it's important. This is a very important conversation, by the way, because I've had the pleasure or displeasure, depending on how you look at it, of coming from the commercial side. I think prior to joining Bank of Ghana, the institution I was with in the World Bank was a think tank, narrowly focused on financial inclusion, so all the cutting-edge researchers that was pushing mobile money. And in fact, a product was launched today by Stanchard's subsidiary Solve, which really feeds off that. And that's a classic example of what we're looking at. businesses exist. I think we need to separate the innovation funding and the research that drives innovation funding for that. Businesses exist to make money, save money, or reduce risk, period. Where market fails, government steps in. That's another intervention. The big challenge we've had now is information asymmetry. As it stands right now, I'm pretty sure Gates Foundation, MasterCard Foundation, Visa's Found, all these entities around the world, SECO over the years, have done something similar. Supported and facilitated research into very specific areas of interest. Now, the reason why I bring these two up is two classic paths. One is where a business sets up a foundation, as you described, and it's going into research or it's supporting research. Often, whatever the chosen course of that foundation is, should you have an idea of a research topic that actually addresses the constraint they're trying to resolve, you can get support there. And I've seen that. Secondly, on the public sector side, and Bank of Ghana recently announced, you may have seen, DBG, University of Ghana, Business School, and Bank of Ghana coming together to do research to get the empirical evidence supporting financing constraints to MSMEs. The output of that directly links into DBG's mandate. Do you see what I mean? So I think when it comes to the idea of research, it is important that we start out appreciating the fact that there is a certain expected outcome, there is a certain expected output, and which institution is best positioned to address that. That's where you start searching from. And I think that distinction is very important because there are institutions like, as a central bank, before we even did our CBDC, we typically do these econometric researches, but for the first time, we found ourselves having to do consumer understanding studies in a way that only commercial entities do. Not to put them on blast, but I'm pretty sure you are aware that the telcos out there, the mobile money providers out there, the FMCGs out there are doing incredible research into consumer behavior. And they're doing these with third parties. But often, it's only the large research firms. Students in academia are not coming as close as necessary. And I think for me, the issue is information asymmetry and the need to collaborate a bit more. I think we need to avail ourselves a bit more to some of these to be able to really take advantage of it. Because there are many researchers who are not aware of some of these funding opportunities. There are many researchers who have very narrow interests that perhaps they are misaligning with the expected target. And there are many researchers who are also failing to recognize that one of the biggest funders of research in the world is whatever government you're living under. This is the case for the UK, US, and Ghana as well. So I just wanted to...
Kwame, thank you for that, and particularly the distinction between innovation that companies need to achieve their business objective and then the academic research that sometimes feeds into this. I think that's a very important distinction. But you also mentioned information asymmetry as one of the problems. Could there also not be a problem of different focus areas in the sense that a business exists to make profit, to create and keep a customer? Academic institutions sometimes do research to advance the generality of society. So, for example, you could do research to say, this product that they're eating is going to kill them, right? So somebody will fund research to show that our brand of margarine is the best, and therefore FDA approves it. So we're talking about that research, but also the research that somebody at the UPSA would do, that would say, by the way, it's not everything you watch on TV which is correct. So we need public research to also counter corporate research. So it's not just a question of information asymmetry. It could also be a question of different interests, which sometimes could clash.
No, you're right. And that's to the point about ensuring that you're engaging the right party. These same institutions, actually, look at Microsoft, right? Their immediate researches they are doing into AI, and it's directly feeding into the outcome of what they want in the next 2 to 5 years. But at the same time, we see the good work that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is doing in driving financial inclusion, which has an ultimate benefit, whether they intend or not, to them as a broader institution. They keep this separate, which is very important. MasterCard, Visa, everyone else. But it's important that you, the researcher, understand that if I have some kind of advocacy research that benefits, let's say, an FMCG brand, that I go to that company. If I have a public good focused type of research, perhaps focus on the foundations. And in some instances, the foundations may not even bridge that gap, as we're doing now from the Bank of Ghana standpoint. And so we are engaging to address something that is more long-term.
All right.
And there are many institutions that do that. So know the party you're engaged. It's a matchmaking issue.
Wonderful. Let me come to David just before I come back to you. David, so when I'm at these programs and they're talking about finance and funding, usually the supply side said there's a lot of money, just that people are not ready. They are not investor ready. So in this case, it's the research institutions that may not be ready. But typically they will say, oh, we want to invest in FMCGs or small companies, SMEs, but they don't have proper accounts, that type of thing. So my question to you is, how do you build your capacity to attract the right kind of money, right? So whether you are University of Ghana Medical School, or whether you are ISER, or whether you are Noguchi, or whether you are the research unit of whatever, talk to me about the role of capacity building on the demand side so that the right kind of money can come in, if you get my question.
Yeah, Bernard, I do get it. I think I would use the WeDo experience to answer this. So mostly WeDo is assisting businesses across various sectors at various stages. Some are even at the ideation stage. So the person just has an idea of a business he wants to go into, gets it out there on the platform, notes it, it's viable, then now it's accepted. So if the donor is ready to support it, he has his money. The entrepreneur also has his money. After the first investment, WeDo also brings the grant. But in the course of all this, there is business coaching and mentorship. Because you cannot just leave monies in the hands of people just like that, okay, you need 5,000, take 5,000 and go. But in the course of the process, various structures are put in place to ensure that that money is able to achieve the objective for which the program was set up, primarily to increase employment and then increase incomes. So in that regard, you find businesses that at the initial visit do not practically have anything in place. There are no records keeping, there are no registrations, they are not formalized, one-man businesses, all that. But since you have an objective, or since you know that, okay, we want to move this business from this stage to this stage in order for it to achieve the right objective, then now consultants, that's what we do as coaches, visit these businesses all the time, assist them with various financial tools, assist them with business plans, constant monitoring of what they are doing by the help of the WeDo team, all to ensure that it is not just about the money, but also trying as much as possible to handhold the businesses to achieve the various targets that they set for themselves.
Thank you very much, James. Let me come to David. You will work with the NEIP. This is a public institution. NEIP is innovation. There's innovation in there, right? Talk to me about PPPs, right? What role can private-public partnerships play in enhancing the pool of resources available for research and innovation?
Thank you, Bernard. I think PPPs fundamentally helps with, one, because you have public sector and you have private sector, you have de-risking because of public, but then you have efficiency because of private. So PPPs usually, for me, that marriage gives you critically these two things, where government will say, I would back these entities, reducing their risk, so that where private entities or impatient capital will not touch them, government is there to provide that assurance. And then the private sector coming in meant that it provides the efficiencies that you require, because the taxpayer also have to get value for money. And in that marriage, what you're trying to also help with is trying to remove the culture of the failure intolerance. Because a lot of times, there's a lot of failure intolerance within our cultural setting. It's one strike or you're out. So when people are going into research or they're going into businesses, the mindset is that I have to win at all costs. Otherwise, there's no second chance. There has to be that cultural shift. And the PPPs meant that, okay, the private sector will help clean them up, bring the global standards they need to know, but government will say, I understand my people better.
Okay.
And although the global north may say X, Y, Z, in Ghana, you have to be patient with people in this way.
Wonderful. I'll be coming to the audience soon because there are quite a number of questions I believe you will be in a good position to ask. But I'm coming to Ben, Cosmos Innovation Center. Tell me a bit more about what you do there, and is that like a good case study of how private company sponsor research, attract the right kind of money, does good? Is the Cosmos Center a good example of this at all? Or if it isn't, do you have any thoughts around how we can merge the two, money and innovation, in the same room? Ben.
Right. So, Bernard, this is, you just said it. I mean, we are at the heart of turning research and bringing in research innovations and actually turning them into real businesses that work. So at Cosmos Innovation Center, what we do is we currently have this partnership with the university, 16 universities and colleges in Ghana. And that's where we're grooming the young entrepreneurs from. And the whole reason why we went to the university is that we also believe that work has been done over the years. And they also have the prowess to be able to do a lot of research. But now we are actually trying to deepen this research with the targeted KPIs. And so we support our entrepreneurs with funding at various stages, a bit around what James said. But we look at it from this area. We have what we call the market research, where we take these young entrepreneurs across the value chain, they train them, they get to speak to the actors in the space to understand their pain points, understand what kind of innovations and solutions are they looking for. And then when they have gone through this particular activity, there is something that they have to achieve from that, develop a concept of a business that will solve these pain points. Now, as they develop this concept of a business, we also fund them to do what we call MVP development. So that's a minimal viable product. Now, develop the product and test it with the community that you research with to see that if this would really work, and are they willing to pay money for it. And mind you, we said we do commercial solutions because we also don't want to always say we are relying on grant every time. And so once they do this MVP development and then they test it with the community and they get the feedback, they come to put in the feedback into the MVP development. And there is this other level of funding that we give them. We call it the traction fund. Now the traction fund is now commercialize your business. Let us know how many people are buying, what you are learning out of this, and how are you going to sustain this whole process. So we have been a bit smart with the research to market or commercialization, being smart and nimble with all the feedback and also all the coaches that are supporting the entrepreneurs. So KIC is acting as an angel investor in that manner with its partners like MasterCard Foundation and Cosmos Energy and Cargill as well. And we also realize that we're bringing a lot of, there's a grant component. There is also industry knowledge that we are bringing into this to support so that we can drive to achieve the targets or the goals of the organization KIC.
Wonderful. My last question goes to Dr. Victor Morinde. Usually when people call into my show to talk about financing good things, there's a sense in which they criticize wealthy people in Africa. They'll say like Bill Gates, he's made a lot of money, he's doing research into malaria, right? And all these foundations, when people make a lot of money, the natural sequence is to finance something good. We know we have a few, Tony Olumelu and co, but usually, even in Ghana, a lot of our wealthy people, they make big donations at funerals, they buy big cars, you know, but we don't really see that interest in promoting knowledge. You know, they buy big cars, they buy private jets, but you don't really see, and if like COVID came, right, you don't see donation into how are we going to do research to make Noguchi better. You don't see a lot of that. But they flaunt their wealth. So, Prof, since you understand finance and wealth, what's the problem? How can we get more of our wealthy people to give more money to meaningful research? So, you have the floor, Professor Murinde.
Well, thank you very much. I agree with your observation that, first of all, there is a huge demand for funding to fund especially innovative research. At the same time, philanthropy is not expanding to meet that demand. Philanthropy, whereby, of course, the funding is purely with the for very public good incentive purposes. That's what is lacking. There are many reasons why this happens. Of course, there is also the question of incentives, incentive compatibility. Whereby whereas the individuals, and they don't have to be, by the way, extremely wealthy. They could be, people who have, very comfortable incomes, to be able to give a portion of their incomes to support research. There has to be an incentive. That incentive could be promoted by civil society, but actually the best incentive could be supported by governments. We know that donations for philanthropies, donations for the good, are always tax deductible. In other words, when individuals and big companies are filing their tax returns, they can be able to deduct the amount they have given to philanthropy, to charities. So a change in government policy to support a deductibility of donations philanthropy for research purposes would be one step forward. And governments can do that. The treasuries and the finance ministers could do that to incentivize, to give incentives to individuals, public sector organizations, to be able to support research in the same way they support churches, they support noble causes. Yeah. And so research could be, one of those. And also a financial institution, for example, take the banks in Ghana. Okay, the banks could have that kind of, say, research, money put into research, especially for R&D. For example, for producing new financial products. For example, new financial products for weather insurance, to insure cocoa farmers in the remote parts of Ghana to be able to take an insurance. They can't afford to pay a premium upfront, but there could be a fund to produce research whereby they can generate tailor-made products. That could be tax deductible. So I think it is the question of incentive compatibility. Enough incentives given to individuals, to companies, to organizations to be able to generate money for research.
Wonderful. Please put your hands together for the panel. This is the More Money Solves Problem panel. And we are here with a very rich panel indeed. You just heard from Professor Victor Murinde. He is with the University of London, SOAS. Also online, Benjan Kessie, Executive Director of Cosmos Innovation Center. In here, in person, we have David Ofori, who's the Director of Innovation at NEIP, National Entrepreneurship Innovation Program of the government. We also have James Arthur Amwa, business coach at WeDo, which is a very good example of how to merge innovation and research and finance and supporting companies in a very beautiful way. Kwame Opon is the head of FinTech and Innovation at the Bank of Ghana, and Dr. Joyce Free is a former Vice President of Bank of America. She teaches and researches at the UPSA. Before I summarize my key points, I feel like there could be a couple of questions or contributions from the floor. If there are any, please indicate by showing your hand. I suspect somebody has a mic in the aisle, so please come to the center with a mic. Yes, we have. Yes, please come to the front. So please indicate by show of hand. So there's one here. Is there any more? Two. Wonderful. All right. If there's no mic, all right, look, let me save time. So just tell us your name and go straight to your question or your comment.
All right, thank you so much. I'm Dr. Oheni Asante. Please, my contribution is on funding sources and the key people we need. In fact, the panelists have spoke amazingly well on how we can source for funding and all that. But there's one thing we are missing out. it depends on the value we place on knowledge and research as a country or as a state. Because you can't tell me that you have huge amounts of money that can finance research, and you go to funeral Saturday afternoon and spend all that money there because you have money and you want the local people to see that. Someone like His Royal Majesty Otumfo Asante Hene can set up a research fund, maybe something like Ashanti Innovation Development Fund, and link it to KNUST. He's a chancellor of KNUST. He has a respect. He has all kinds of, attention across the globe. And this can serve as a central point of scouting for funding from rural banks, development institutions, to finance at least one business in Ashanti region. And an example of this is an initiative of the German Chancellor, who financed the drug we know as Pfizer in the COVID-19. Pfizer was not designed by Pfizer, it was designed by a German biomedical company called BioNTech. But Pfizer developed the drug, they developed the intellectual property, they gave it to, BioNTech developed it, they gave it to Pfizer, and they financed it. BioNTech manufactured the drug, they sold it to the government of Ghana. As at the end of 2020, they made $15 billion US. And by the end of last year, 2023, they have made $95 billion US. We are talking about this money where government of Ghana have not even been able to make. So there are several ones that we can make money from, and these are some of the ways. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Asante. Let me take this lady, then I'll come here.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the panelists. My name is Agnes from the Riser Fund. I have two comments. I'm not going to ask a question and probably just throw in questions that can reflect on. Number one, on the research to commercialization and funding that is going to research, and probably this is a challenge to government and all funding agencies out there. A lot of funding goes into research, true, but do researchers actually prioritize commercialization? How do we prioritize the funding that we receive? Again, I'm now pushing back to researchers, and I'm pushing back to the funders as well, to guiding and building the capacity of researchers to be able to know how they need to prioritize the funding they receive to be able to also facilitate commercialization. That is one. Then number two, to the startups and innovators. What role does the funder take to support the startups and innovators? Because for me, the major problem is not about funding, it's utilization. And utilization to the point when the funding, especially for debt and equity, at the point of exit, most of these startups go down because they don't put in mind the exit strategy at the point of exit when it comes to debt or equity. At the point when the investor is saying, now I think it's time for me to move out, go and support another startup. And they're not ready. So what are we doing? Because we Africans never really think about that. And I think that is the biggest challenge we are facing within the startup and innovation space. Thank you.
Oh, yes, put your hands together for Agnes. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. My name is Evans from Pensive Global Consultancy. Thank you. Yes, I have a couple of questions I want to ask. I don't know how many I can, but my first question is, in your experience, what are some of the most common pitfalls or mistakes that applicants make when seeking funding for their research? And then my second question is a follow-up to Mr. Kwame Opon's question. And it's how does panels or financiers ensures fairness and partiality in selection process, particularly considering the diverse range and topics and disciplines, because that is, we have people from academia before industry. Then final one on that is what strategies do you recommend for building strong collaborative network and partnership to ensure competitiveness of research proposals?
Are you going to write some exam? Why are you asking these difficult questions? You know, are you a student? Yeah, because this is like some thesis topic. So I'm trying to remember the question. So, if, fairness, bottlenecks, Look, good luck to you guys. I don't know how you're going to answer this. Any more? You know, my approach to these things is, usually when I moderate panels, it's like people want to ask the panel members questions. I like the discursive nature. So you've put some ideas forth, they can respond. Because if all the knowledge in the world were here, we would have solved the problems in the world. So we don't know it all. We're just basically guiding the discussion. So I really want to encourage you to come up with your ideas like the other speakers have. If you have questions as well, we're happy to answer. So who wants to go first? Prof, I'll give the hard answer to you, the last. So let me start here. Then you answer the hardest one. So Kwame.
Okay. No, thank you very much. But even before answering it, I wanted to make a quick point on what Agnes said. And I'm very happy you raised this. So I think this relates more to the funding of innovators and their startup and their ideas. As a regulator, we are very clear on what investors expect. And for that reason, we actually invest in building a regulatory framework that prepares to address the issue of what you should look like for an investor to invest in you. And should you be invested in, be prepared to be able to adequately transition through seed stage all the way through strategic investment. And so we require things like an exit plan as part of your submission for some license categories and above. And often people do not know why we do that. Oh, and you're disturbing us and this is too much. No. Not having a plan is like when people, especially in this part of the world, are very uncomfortable with discussions about things like having a will. And so you find educated people dying interstate. It is a reality of life that you will have to transition through these things. And so when regulation is putting forth a framework that says, be properly established from a legal standpoint, have a proper governance system so that you save your own self from your own whims and caprices, because often after the business fails, and I come from the private sector too, I've seen friends who've killed very promising business opportunities. And you're sitting now thinking, maybe if that accountant had listened more, I would still have a thriving business. It is in your interest. And what we've seen is the entities who are able to comply and conform with these requirements turn out to be the entities who often we get interest from investors asking about, just doing diligence on them. And they wind up quietly raising money and they don't want it to be public. So they are not asked to come and pay money at funeral and the rest. And I'm happy for them. And if you look at some of these institutional investors as well, yes, 2 days ago, one of our entities was telling me, for instance, anyone who goes through the BOG process would not struggle with a certain institution's due diligence requirements to access funding. And there's a reason for that. That is in your interest. And that governance point relates to the gentleman's question. I think the last one is more of his direct interest in how to ace some academic requirements. But I think the point about the selection is about how, whatever is a grant from a foundation or whatever institution it is, it's about the governance of it. So you may have heard that as part of the 3I Summit, the Bank of Ghana is trying to hold with the DBG. We're inviting all of Africa's innovators, policymakers, and global investors to attend. And one thing we want to do there is launch a fintech innovation fund. And I can assure you, while that innovation fund is being launched by government, the governance around it has to separate those who take care of it, who are responsible for making sure the funds are used appropriately, making some strategic decisions on it, are different from the selection panel. I think there are so many of these grants panels around who have done that. And I used to sit on the board of SECO some years ago, the SECO Remittance Grants Facility. And it was similar. It detaches these two. It's part of a deliberate governance process to ensure that you don't have some of the hazards that often occur come into this space, because this innovation world is neutral. It's not political. If your innovation is not good, you die. End of story. So we need to make sure we're picking the right winners. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Then I'll come to Doc.
I think I would also bring a point out with what Agnes was talking about in terms of it is not sometimes about the money being available, but we guiding startups to the extent that at the exit point of the funding, they are still at the stage whereby either they sustain their growth or they scale up. So I think in that regard, it all comes down to the kind of systems that we put in projects. So, excuse me, but I still would go back to the radio project because that is one that we, through research and design thinking, came out with. So, in effect, for instance, if you look at our matrix at the moment, at the start of the businesses, at the time they are entering the project, about 40% are mostly self-businesses, micro businesses around 50%, and then, but at the time of exit, mostly we have about 80% being micro businesses. And it is not magic. It is just a matter of looking at the unique situation of the startups, walk them through the process of managing businesses. Because if you leave them with the business and gives them money that, okay, I want to buy a new, let's say people who want to venture into photography. He comes and say, okay, I want to expand my business, so buy me this Canon camera, buy me this, buy me that, buy me that. You buy it for them, but sometimes you have to also show them having the camera is a different thing. Attracting customers who you would use the camera on is a different thing. Sustaining the profits you make from the shoot you do is a different thing. What are some of the market linkages that you can give them? Or the B2B experiences that are available for them so that outside the grant, the effect of the business can be felt.
Wonderful.
So I think
Thank
these
you.
are some of the steps we have to put in place.
Dr. Fee.
Okay, so I will take a question about approaches to funding research. And I think somebody made a reference to an individual forming a foundation and being able to effect some changes. For research, recent research has shown that the trajectory is tilting towards actually correlation. So new approaches to funding is really about correlation. And some research has pointed out partnerships, core funding, and actually interdisciplinary arrangements. So these are how we can actually get some sourcing funding for projects. And this is very important because we are lacking with government funding. Government is actually in the Africa sub-Saharan is not actually showing too much commitment to innovation. And for Africa sector, I think research has shown that our contribution is about 0.45% of our GDP, right? Which goes into R&D, and it's not really very promising. The target should be at least 1%, and we are not even having that 1%. So we have to think about public and government coming together and actually forming coalitions to actually do some good work in investment.
So I'm going to go to David, then I'll go to Ben, and I'll give the last word to the professor. Then we're done. So David.
My take on this discussion, Ben, is to bring us back to why we're here. There are three things. You have research, you have innovation, you have commercialization. And a lot of times, we don't separate the three. Researchers think that they are innovators, and innovators think that they are business people, they can commercialize. But it doesn't work like that. So you're only fortunate to find a few people who can come up with innovation and commercialize it on top of that. So if you ask these three questions from the outset of the research, well, who is going to innovate on that and who is going to commercialize that? Because we have to prioritize making the money right from the research point so that you know clearly you don't just innovate for the fun of it or just to be called innovator and wear the badge. Because the sources of funding in our part of the world is very, very scarce and it's high risk. So if you're going to go into research, outside of the researchers that have their own interest, because the funding source determines the interest where you research into. If it's coming from the Gates Foundation, you know where it's going to go to. If it's coming from Government of Ghana, then you know where it's going to go into. If it's a political research, you know where it's going to go to. So commercialization has to be thought about right from the research so that you know that we're going to do a business out of it. That way you select, and then you get a governance right, because then it's part of the team you put together to be able to oversee the implementation of that innovation.
Wonderful. Let's take Ben Cosmos, your final thoughts.
Well, I think I'll go back to my earlier comment I made around being smart and nimble when it comes to research and innovations and driving the commercialization of such. I think we need to be into, I'm piggybacking on what David said, that funds are really scarce when it comes to our part of the world. I'm currently looking for money to really support young entrepreneurs in our program, and that's why I'm not in there in person. So it is scarce, and therefore, once you have it, you should also be very deliberate about the outcomes that you want this to get for you. And so we have to look at being smart and nimble with every single fund that comes into any research program or any, for instance, programs like KIC, and make sure that we are able to deliver on the KPIs that we set for ourselves and with the partners. So it also benefits the end users. For us, one of the key groups that we always want to benefit are the smallholder farmers. What kind of innovations are we really bringing into the agricultural value chains that the end user, that as in the smallholder farmers benefit? And therefore, everything that we do is directed at how do we reach out to them. And if we're smart and nimble around this, we'll be able to get results that will also encourage many grants and other partners to also work with us in that manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Professor Murinde, you have the last word.
Thank you. I was interested in the questions and the contribution, especially the last one, on strategies for competitiveness, the research proposal. It goes, I think, way back to the issues we're discussing here. And to emphasize that a very important integral component of the RISA fund is to produce a very well-connected ecosystem and strengthen it. And in a way, that's at the heart of what it takes to produce research that leads to innovation, increases uptake, and finally is commercialized and can deliver impact. It requires that right from the inception of the research, whether it's a research proposal or an idea to look, for example, into how to provide whether insurance for cocoa farmers in Ghana, it will require a connected system whereby the key stakeholders involved in the research, involved in the innovation, involved in the uptake, involved in the commercialization, actually come to the table to actually discuss the initial ideas. And right from the inception, that's the way the research is designed, including the funding, up to you are creating pathways to uptake and pathways to impact. That requires a strengthened research and innovation ecosystem.
Thank you. Put your hands together for the panel. Professor Victor Murinde, Ben Jankese, Dr. Mr. James Arthur Amwa, David Ofori, Kwame Opoing, Joyce Free. So much has been said. We've been told the main sources, goodwill government, companies, as well as foundations, debt equity, grants, and the rest of it. Key concept discussed, info asymmetry, big issue, but we need to align objectives. We need to value more knowledge. Thanks to Dr. Asante. He's even formed the Asante Innovation Development Fund for the Otumfo. We're just going to present it to him when we go. PPP, very crucial, coming in from David. Capacity building, crucial as well, coming in from James. Thank you. What's the name of my lady? Agnes. You opened the discussion. Your commercialization point was great. And I think we all need to have an ecosystem mindset, whether it's an innovation ecosystem, a finance ecosystem. And I think that's why we're here together. So at the lunch break, the money people, these are the, I think, where are the money people? And where are the innovation people? Please talk to each other and let's help each other to commercialize research. Thank you for listening. My name is Bernard. I'll hand you over to your MC, who will take you to the next panel. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So panel, please be on stage so as we take a photograph and then you leave the stage. All right, thank you. So please be outstanding whilst we take a photograph. Thank you so much. Where are my camera guys? Let's do it so well. All right, thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause again as they assume their seats in the audience. Thank you very much. Right, next we're going to have an innovator spotlight where we're going to have the founder of CESI Technologies telling us about his journey, their transformative journeys, insights, and lessons learned along the way. So, if your hands are not busy, help me put them together as I welcome on stage Mr. Isaac Sesi of our CESI Technologies. Oh, let's do it better for Isaac as he takes the stage now. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Really excited to be here to share my journey from research to commercialization for my company, CESI Technologies. So you see on stage here some corn. If you want to make some popcorn after here, you can come for some. But this device I am holding here was designed, manufactured, assembled, put together by students and graduates from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Ghana. It was not made in China. It was made in Ghana, right here. And I'm going to walk you through the journey, which is my journey, as a fresh electrical and electronic engineering graduate, and my research work at the Department of Agriculture and Biosystems Engineering in KNUST, and how that has yielded CESI Technologies, which is currently developing and commercializing technologies that are addressing problems in the agricultural value chain in Ghana. So, CESI Technologies, we are a group of young, passionate graduates from Ghana, committed to using technology to empower farmers and the agricultural value chain to help reduce losses, increase productivity, and maximize income for farmers in the agricultural value chain as a whole. And what we do is that we develop technology, solutions, products, and services that helps farmers, agribusinesses, and anyone that works in the grain value chain reduce losses, maximize productivity, and increase their income. So how did it start? I started as, right after school in KNUST, I joined the Department of Agriculture and Biosystems Engineering as an engineering researcher working on a USAID-funded project to figure out how we can develop simple, low-cost technologies to help reduce post-harvest losses in grains. We had identified that one of the major causes of losses in grains is high moisture content. And there were no viable, inexpensive solutions that could accurately and easily measure the moisture content of grains that smallholder farmers could get access to. And so my work, or my job, was to design a solution to that problem and then figure out how we would have something that was cheap, affordable, reliable to help farmers measure the moisture content in their grains. And so after a year and a half of work, we developed this moisture meter, which helps farmers measure the moisture content in their grains so that they know whether the grains are dry enough for storage, for harvest, for sale. And that helps to reduce post-harvest losses, which account for up to 30% of losses in the grain value chain. And so we came up with these prototypes, which do not look so nice. If you are in engineering, you realize that this is quite crude and rudimentary, but it still did the work. And for the purposes of research, we had achieved the purpose. So we having developed this, I was ready to go back to my life. You know, my research work is done. I'm going to do whatever I was doing before I came to do research. But I had a moment of epiphany. I was like, look, I spent almost 2 years of my life doing this. Is it going to end up as just research that lives on the shelf and then nothing comes out of it? And then I was like, no, this can actually be commercialized. And so I set up Ceci Technologies to try and improve and commercialize this grain moisture testing technology. And our first office was a very tiny space provided to us by KNUST. So after a lot of further research and development to refine the product, make it look better, make it work well, make it reliable, we got to a point where we were semi-confident to actually put the product in the market. And that is my team supplying the first batch of moisture meters to the Adventist Development Relief Agency. Now, we had done that, we had proven that this could work. So where do we go from there? We realized that just being able to build stuff is nice, but that doesn't build a sustainable business. I had to go back to the drawing board and figure out, okay, if I'm going to build this technology company, what do I need? I realized that I needed money, I needed to hire people, so I started looking for money. I started looking for opportunities to raise funding. So over the course of about 3-4 months, and this is touching on some of the things that our panelists just shared, I was able to raise $100,000 in funding, which were mainly through startup pitches, prize winnings from startup programs. And then I had my first set of employees. And then I discovered that, look, yes, we have built this innovation, it solves a problem, it works, but then went around speaking to a lot of farmers. In fact, over 600 farmers in 37 different communities in Ghana. And they were like, yeah, we like your technology, it's nice, but we are not going to buy because it's too expensive. So we were like, okay, what if we made it cheaper? Then they were like, well, even if you made it cheaper and then I bought this, why would I spend money on this when I'm going to end up selling my grains on the market for the same price as the farmer that did not buy this or use any kind of technology? And then we realized that we needed to sit back and really think about this very well to see how we could actually build a viable, sustainable business out of this. And in the realization of that and in the engagement with the different farmers, we realized that the needs, while we're solving a critical need, the needs of the farmers went far beyond just being able to measure the moisture content of their grains. And so we came up with we went back and were like, okay, what can we do? What problems can we solve that would put us in the position to both build a sustainable business while really commercializing and bringing the benefits of the technology we've developed to the farmers so that it can be of benefit to them. So over a course of about 2 years, we expanded our products and our service portfolio to include a number of things that came together to provide a comprehensive solution to smallholder farmers' needs, which included a bundle of post-harvest management services such as drying, threshing, market access, warehousing. We also realized that one of the most important challenges to farmers after they have measured the moisture content and ensure that the moisture content was right was storage. And so what's the point of getting the moisture content right when I cannot store effectively? So we went back to the drawing board, designed this hermetic storage bag, which ensured that farmers could store their grains for up to 2 years without no insect infestation, without no damage by mold, and without having to put in any dangerous poisonous chemicals in their grains, which was usually what they would do. So all in all, we're building a set of solutions that complemented each other, that work together to create a holistic solution to the post-harvest management problem that we're trying to solve. And so our impact so far, we are currently, our solutions are currently being used by more than 5,000 smallholder farmers across Ghana. We have 800 plus agribusinesses, including some of the most popular ones, Farmer Line, Agro Center, and so on and so forth. We have manufactured and sold more than 2,000 of these moisture meters, all of which happens in our facility in Kumasi, run by graduates from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. We have manufactured and sold more than 200,000 of the hermetic bags that I just showed. And then we have, beyond the grain moisture meter, we have brought 4 additional hardware and IoT-based technology solutions, also through the same innovation process to market. Now, let me briefly talk about the challenges we face along the way and share some key learnings that we have, some key learnings from the whole process. The first is just technology or technical challenges, because taking a product from just a prototype to something that you can sell commercially, there are 2 different things. We had to ensure that the device was accurate, it was reliable, and it was ready to be sold commercially. We had to also make sure that it met regulatory standards, and so we had to work a lot with the Ghana Standards Authority to make sure that the device conformed to international standards. Now, bringing a new product to the market involves a lot of try and error experimentation, trying to identify who the customer is, who we're trying to serve. Initially, we assumed that the best people to serve with this moisture meter were the smallholder farmers, but then we realized that the smallholder farmers were not going to pay for it, right? So if we wanted to still serve the smallholder farmers, someone else had to pay for it. So there was the whole process of trying to figure out the business model, who we are selling to, and all of that. And then there's manufacturing. Now, I mentioned that our manufacturing is done in-house in Kumasi, but we know that Ghana doesn't manufacture electronics. Any electronics you buy, you look behind, it's made in China or made somewhere else, right? So we have to figure out a manufacturing process that would work for the constraints we had in terms of equipment constraints, financing constraints, just technical know-how constraints, and set that up to be able to bring out these products, reliably and still, be able to get them done. And then there were financial constraints. And if you ask anybody who works in engineering product design to move or to take a hardware product from concept to commercialization will take you anywhere, will cost you anywhere from $50,000 to $200,000. That is money I didn't have to invest in one product, right? So we really had to be smart and innovative about how to overcome those challenges in a very cost-effective way. And then there was the distribution and sales, right? If I went to put my moisture meter in an agro dealer's shop, it won't sell because no one knows my product, right? Which meant that we needed to be innovative about how we're going to really distribute and sell our technologies. And those were some of the challenges that we faced. So after 5 years of doing this, what are some of the key learnings we have learned along the way? The first is that not every technology is commercially viable. Not every innovation is commercially viable. The fact that an innovation is useful doesn't mean that someone is going to pay money for it. And so it's one of the things we really need to, especially for innovators, right? Innovators and then researchers are really enthusiastic about building the technology, building the research, but then very often the commercial viability is ignored or is overlooked. So if we're looking at progressing innovation from research to commercialization, we have to really think about whether that innovation is even viable, commercially viable in the first place. The second is that it's important to adapt technologies to make business sense, right? When we manufactured the first version of our moisture meter, it cost us about $75 to make one of it. But we realized that at that price point, if we were going to sell and make a profit, we'd have to sell for about twice that much. And at that point, we're pricing beyond what the market was willing to pay. So we had to go back to the drawing board, redesign everything from scratch, and we managed to cut this down to making it for less than $30 per unit. So in that way, we're able to really adapt this to make sure that it made business sense. Thirdly, it really takes a lot of time and money to build awareness needed to adopt an innovation. And so if you started a company by building out just, if you built an innovation, you wanted to commercialize it and build a company out of it, unless you have some of our panelists with a lot of deep pockets giving you a lot of money so that you have the time to really relax and bring it to market, you have to realize that you have to figure out how to generate revenue some way, somehow, as a company to keep running in order for you to keep to have the ability to keep your innovation going. And so it takes a lot of time and money to build the awareness needed to adopt an innovation. You don't build something and assume that people will just flock to it because it exists. So it's important to establish partnerships to accelerate the reach of an innovation. Now, for us, one of the things that has helped us has been building the right partnerships with a lot of entities whose goals are aligned with ours, such as the World Food Program and the Ministry of Food and Agriculture and other entities that are really helping or complementing our work in helping us reach more farmers. And so if we're trying to go on our own, we would not have been able to reach the people that we reach now. Finally, iterative feedback loops with end users and stakeholders help to refine a technology. This moisture meter I show you is the fifth or sixth iteration of the device. You saw the picture of the first version we came up with, which was not that great. This is like the fifth or sixth iteration we've come up with, and this has been through feedback that we've gotten from the users and our stakeholders, which has led to the improvement of this innovation. And finally, if you cannot build a sustainable business from your innovation, you're going to struggle to commercialize it. And this is very important. If we had said that, oh, we did moisture meter, we researched moisture meter, we are going to build a company solely based on commercializing the moisture meter, we're going to fail. Because at the time, there just wasn't enough traction to keep us going, especially in a very tight financial market where no one trusts you enough to give you money. However, through all of these experiences, we have learned a lot, and it's shaped our journey. We've replicated the process to come up with more innovations. And I hope that this inspires other researchers and innovators to build a framework that they can use to turn their innovations into, to commercialize their innovations.
Right.
So thank you very much.
Right, thank you so much, Ceci. With all this knowledge, we are sure that the investors will trust us when we come with our research. So another round of applause for Ceci from Ceci Technologies. Right, thank you so much, thank you so much. Right, so we're going to do our last panel discussion before we go for our lunch break. So please, let's put in all the energy in this one. Then we can go and release it at the lunch break. Thank you so much, Ceci. So I want to call on the moderator for the next section to call his panelists to join him on stage. And to help us moderating the next session, which is going to be on the role of cross-border innovation trust corridors in delivering viable export markets for R&I outcomes in Africa, is no other person than the man I call the Rainmaker, Kweku Inshira Ado, host from Asasi Radio. Let's give it out to him as he takes the stage and calls the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I bring you greetings from number 7 Fifth Circular Road in Cantonment, where Asasi Broadcasting resides. So I'm not going to go over the topic because it's quite a mouthful. Research is difficult, so I'm not surprised that quite a number of the topics are quite long. But you'll all agree that research and innovation is a critical step in development, and creating the right ecosystem that supports R&I across industries and sectors is important. Now, the AFCFTA is evolving, and there's now, for me, a paramount need to make research and innovation a mainstay to catalyze the growth that we're all desiring. Take, for example, the mention of the speed with which we had a response to COVID-19. It took the research into R&DA to have BioNTech be able to provide a solution that was then leveraged by Big Pharma to provide a support or a vaccine for all of us. Helping me to do this thought-provoking and action-inducing discussion are Professor Iraqi. He's with the University of Nairobi, has over 20 years of experience in academia, research, consultancy, and media. He's currently an associate professor in Nairobi. His research areas include business economics, data science, innovation, technology, and so much more. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Professor Iraqi. Great. And next up, I'd like to call on a very dear friend of mine and a man who's not just a technology ninja, but he's also a man who's an avid practitioner of Shotokan. Kofi Dazi is an entrepreneurial leader with rich experience in building products, teams, and international partnerships. Founded Rankard Solutions, and they've delivered innovative cloud, AI, and data graph languages across sectors and nations. Currently, he is working with MTN's asset managers, that's IC Asset Managers, as a non-executive director on the Rankard Holdings board, also IC Asset Managers and MTN. Ladies and gentlemen, Kofi Dazi. Now, joining us virtually is Priscilla Sani Chimwele. Forgive me if I have murdered your name. I hope I got that right. But Priscilla, having held pivotal roles in international development organizations. Sorry, I'm not reading Priscilla's details. That's definitely Teddy. Priscilla is in the development space. She's a practitioner with over decades working experience. 8 of these were spent successfully with the United Nations. She currently works in the regional private sector unit of UNDP's Regional Service Center for Africa. In this role, she implements interventions related to impact investment, financial inclusion for the bottom of the economic pyramid, and youth entrepreneurship in Africa. I will urge you to read more about her on her LinkedIn profile. Without wasting time, let's have a round of applause for Priscilla. And finally, Teddy Kabruka, founder and senior consultant at M4 Progress Limited, leads a proficient team specializing in economic analysis, project management, and business advisory services. He has a background in economics, project management, and provides comprehensive assessment services evaluating project efficacy, efficiency, and impact. Round of applause as we welcome Teddy. So I've been told I have 40 minutes, and I'm going to hopefully try and get this conversation going. Now, I'd like to start off. Quick answers from my 3 panelists here and from Priscilla, who I would start with. Priscilla, now, I'd like for you to help us understand the importance of cross-border innovation corridors. In your view, what defines a successful cross-border innovation trust corridor, and how does it contribute to regional innovation ecosystems?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity to join virtually. Just before I get into responding, just to say that that bio is actually, I think, maybe 7, 8 years old. So at the moment, I actually run an organization, a company in Wala, in Malawi called Wala Limited, and we focus on the productive use of solar for agriculture. One of those crazy people that resigned, left a full-time job, and started my own enterprise as an innovator, and have used quite a lot of research. So to your question about the role of cross-border corridors, innovation trust corridors, I think the thing that sticks out for me the most there is the word trust. Because I think one of the biggest challenges that we have is, and I don't know if this is an African thing, but we tend to innovate, we tend to create products, and then we want to keep those for ourselves because we do not trust the partners or other stakeholders that we would want to work with. Now, as humans, the one thing that differentiates us from other species, the one thing that differentiates us from animals is our ability to innovate, our ability to create, and our ability to leverage what others have done. And that is where cross-border innovation and trust corridors comes in, and that's why it's so important, because one of the biggest challenges that I think that Africa faces as far as the lack of replicable innovation and the lack of growth is this inability to share innovation that everyone to do it on their own. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. There was a bit of a delay.
There was a big of a cut, yes. So I was saying one of the biggest challenges, I think, is that if we do not look at that cross-border, having trust enough to be able to share innovations across borders, that sort of leads to the current situation that we have, where each country tries to innovate on their own, and within the countries, each stakeholder will try to innovate on their own, and there is no growth. Each innovation builds on other innovations, and that I would rate as one of the big why Africa is lagging behind, because if we're looking at other continents, there is that cross-border sharing of information, of innovations, and of research. So the short answer would be innovation for cross-border trust corridors is creating that space where we can share innovations and be able to collaborate, because only in doing so can we build on the innovations that our partners, our neighbor countries have developed, and by so doing, we can all grow. I hope that was clear. My network seems to be lagging a little bit behind.
Well, we got the full thrust of what you were trying to say, and very apt, and leads me to my next question. In the interest of time, Kofi, I would want to come to you about what sort of challenges. I mean, you've played a pivotal role in a number of businesses and product development, and so innovation is not new to you. So in that space, what are some of the challenges that innovators and researchers face in navigating not just the trust corridors within their own countries, but cross-border, which I believe is going to be critical, especially as we now look at harmonizing one continental market?
Absolutely. Thank you, Inshira. I think it's an excellent question, and to give it a context, let's look at what's evolving today. We often talk about the digital economy, but I like to frame that what we are really looking at next is the data economy. And one of the biggest topics emerging in the governance space, technology-wise, is data sovereignty. So African governments, and even at an African Union level, there is recognition that data is a sovereign asset, not only from the point of view of privacy and protection, which we've all learned to understand, but from the commercial value. So today's most important innovations that have come out of research that are being commercialized, we will know are related to data and AI. And that the African continent is behind in some respects, but we're not necessarily behind in the availability of data. Data is all around us. Our mobile-first economies are generating troves of real-time, relevant data. And as we continue to use these interfaces to interact, especially in financial services, mobile financial services, which we're very used to, and increasingly in other areas, like in healthcare, then our protocols for cross-border data sharing become very significant from an investment and innovation and a research point of view. So, as an example, as different African countries develop electronic health record systems, then the sensitivity of having trust corridors for that kind of data to be available as people travel and trade, and to make that commercially viable for the transit of data for a Ghanaian traveling to Nairobi and visiting a hospital, whether it's private or public, being able to have sustainable data exchanges that are safe and are implementing the same protocols on a regional basis become significant. So in this case, you want to recognize the research component, the policy component, the commercialization component, because often that's where sustainability occurs. That's where many different partners are going to be willing to invest and advance useful products. That often happens when some sustainable commercial model comes into play. So I think what's significant about the cross-border trust corridors is that it also gives you market amplification. There's only so much I'm willing to invest if a business model I have is going to be allowed by regulators in Ghana only or in Nigeria only. But if there are protocols for the entire continent, then the potential of even a project like what Ceci talked through, where maybe even in the early stages, you would have only a small market of a few Ghanaian farmers. If you can project that on a regional or a continental level, immediately the attraction to invest money in research, to advance and innovation because of the commercial opportunity is amplified. So it's really critical, and I like to focus again on the data economy because that's the new oil. That's the new most significant asset anywhere in the world, is that yes, sovereignty matters, localization protocols are important, but looking at it on a continental, from a continental point of view, looking at different areas in agriculture, in weather, in health, in financial services, making sure that we understand the opportunities to have safe but mobile data, or the mobility of data as an asset across the continent, is one way to ensure that research funds go there, innovators are attracted, and citizens all over the continent are served effectively. Thanks, Ishira.
Thank you very much, Kofi. Iraqi, I would like your thoughts on borrowing from your experience working with the government think tank, I think it's the NESC, that's the National Economic and Social Council in Nairobi. As a research fellow, what do you see as government's role in ensuring that in establishing cross-border trust corridors, there's a conducive environment that makes it possible for me to be able to do business and work, collaborate with somebody all the way in Zanzibar or any other location, Rabat, you name it, on the continent, without worrying about whether this idea is brilliant for Ghana, for example. And I'll give you a case in point. In Ghana, at the moment, if you went to a hospital in Accra, your health data for that visit sits physically at that hospital. If you travel to Kumasi 2 days later and you were unwell and went to the hospital, there's no reference to what happened to you yesterday, so no history. Now, there's a need to disaggregate or defragment all of this data so that anywhere you go at any point in time, you should be able to have real-time historical information about your health so that the outcomes are better. Now, if we implemented something here in Ghana that delivers that, how are we sure that if we went to Cote d'Ivoire just next door, or Nairobi, or maybe Egypt, the rules around handling data off the back of this innovation are harmonized in a way that the innovation no longer sees the borders that we see in our travels?
I think you spared the hardest question for me, but I'll respond to it. You're asking a very interesting question because last year, Kenya came up with a new law and it's supposed to do exactly what you have said. Because in Kenya, health is devolved. So we have the regions or the counties in charge of health. So if you go to county A, your data is kept there, electronic or physical. If you go to county B, they have to come up with a new file. And what the government is trying to do now is to make sure that your data can be accessed from one county to another. So if I go to Kumasi and I'm sick, and I live in Takoradi, my data can be accessed. So that is going to make it very efficient. You don't need to keep on repeating data, and we can track your history. But when you do that at the international level, other issues come. Because the laws in Ghana, the laws in Tanzania might not be the same. So we need to come up with a harmonized way of dealing with the data. And that's not hard. There's a region here called ECOWAS, and you have a lot of protocols on how to do trade. We have East African Community. We have SADC. We have IGAD. So the policies we have used in integrating political matters and so on can be used in digital space. Because that is going to make it very efficient. It's going to be very easy to access your information. And we can even use experts from different parts of the country. Because if your data is available, if the data from Ghana is available to a medical doctor in Kenya, he can help diagnose your problem and make it better or improve on it. But the other problem we have to overcome apart from that is culture. Our cultures are very different. Some cultures are very secretive. Some cultures are very open. So I believe one of the best ways to use data is to understand one another. So if I come to this country, do I understand the Ghanaians? All the rules and regulations might be there, but the culture, understanding how people look at issues is very important. And I'll give you a good example. There is a term here, I don't know whether it is correctly put, abafio. Is abafio a twin name?
What's the name again?
Abafio.
Abafio?
Yes.
It could be, or Ababio.
What is a witch?
Oh, Beifo.
Whatever you call it.
A witch, right?
I'm not,
Iraq has been trying to speak to you with me since yesterday.
I'm not one. But what I discovered, and this is quite interesting, is I was doing some research in East Africa about witchcraft. I wanted to understand the cultural context. And one of the things I found is witchcraft is prevalent in certain communities and in certain places. And what did I find? I found that in places where weapons were made, spears, arrows, and so on, that's how you found witchcraft. So I theorized that witchcraft was not just used for killing people. It was actually an IP. That is how they protected their intellectual assets to make sure nobody had access to them. Now, if you came to Kenya and you are doing research on witchcraft, you think these guys want to kill one another. But it's a deeper issue. So let's understand each other's culture. And the starting point is the language. Because when you understand people's language, it's not just the language, the talking, but also the emotions and the way they do things. So Swahili is there, English is there. So once we understand one another, the economic part of it, the anthropological part of it, the way we think, I think we can comfortably share data. Finally, we can follow from our cultures. How did you get your wife? I'm sure you understood her. You shared a lot of secrets. The moment you broke that ice, you're able to share a lot of data. And the same should apply to countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iraqi, for that. I like that very last analogy. Teddy, I would like for you to help us, let's take a look at industry collaboration. I mean, you can't go alone if you want to go far. And so if you could share with us ways in which industries can actively participate in cross-border innovation, Trust Corridor, its development to support R&I, and how you can see this contributing to export and market viability of some of these ideas.
Thank you so much. Let me base my reflection on the presentation of the gentleman who showed the device.
Okay.
The reason why he was struggling to access the market and expand his business, he was looking at his business as a country-based business. Because if he could project his sales or number of farmers in Ghana, maybe it was not making business for him. But if the border were open for him, maybe looking at all the West African farmers, which probably, let me make my estimation of the population of the farmers, maybe, I don't know, 20 million of farmers. Then producing a device for each of them would be business profitable for him, which is exactly what China is benefiting today. If China is booming economically, it's because they are factory for the world. So for them, it's borderless. But for us, what we are producing, what we are innovating is still within the boundaries of our countries. It's a problem. Actually, if we are talking about innovation, if we are talking about investing in the research, we should be researching for at least the continents. Any new discovery, any new innovation, and then the market should be the continent. And then it will be very profitable for the innovator, but also for financing perspective. Because if someone would be giving you a concession loan of I don't know, 10 years to produce for the entire continent, then it make business. So the cross-border become a very interesting aspect in terms of networking with different players on the market. Because if our gentleman would be producing here and have, let's say, a supplier in Kenya distributing the gadgets, and then have another one in Malawi doing the same, then the innovator here role will be mass production of his innovation, and then the Kenyan whatever supplier will be distributing, and the Malawian will do the same. So there won't be any competition, rather there will be a complementarity of the intervention. That's one aspect. So I could go to the next level of that cross-border barrier of regulations. It can only be possible if our regulations are harmonized on the continents. It means if we are talking about like policy, regulations, procedures, if we can harmonize our procedures, then we will make life much easier for the innovators to do their jobs. But if each country is still protecting the markets, you know, like closing the borders and then making hard for the innovators to open up to access new markets, then it will be very much difficult. The same logic goes to financial institutions. If one bank will be financing one innovator in one country, then it will be very difficult for that innovator to go beyond that market. So the concept of cross-border needs to go beyond industry. It has to go to regulation. It has to go to financing mechanisms and the collaboration of different ideas. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I want to come to you, Priscilla. The United Nations, where you worked for quite a while, is an organization that's noted for its ability to drive inclusivity and diversity. Now, you've worked in places where inclusivity and diversity is a challenge. Now, you're talking a continent of a very intricately woven tapestry of cultures, and sometimes it inhibits inclusivity and diversity. To what extent do you think that cross-border R&I trust corridors can promote inclusivity and diversity, and how can we ensure that these benefits are accessible to a wide range of stakeholders?
Yeah, no, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. So as far as cross-border collaboration and facilitating inclusivity and diversity, I feel like it's a chicken and egg kind of situation, right? We have heard already input about how it can be difficult to have cross-border collaboration because of the differences in culture. And because of how maybe different countries might do things differently from one another. So I think it needs to start from that understanding that there are differences in the different countries, in the different cultures, in the ways of doing things. But at the same time, I think that I'm of really the very strong conviction that as a continent, as Africa, we are also very similar. So to the same example that was being given about witchcraft. So the witchcraft might be applied differently in different contexts, in different countries, but the one commonality is in the majority of at least sub-Saharan African countries, you will find witchcraft. So I think it's starting from that basis and seeing where the similarities are and finding ways to leverage those similarities to be able to collaborate and work together. Now, as far as cross-border collaboration and trade and how that can facilitate inclusivity, again, the point that I made earlier was about how I think that one of the reasons why Africa is one of the least developed is because as countries, as communities, we try to do things as individuals. And what that does is it has created very big differences in terms of, in most countries, you do not have a middle class. You have either a very high income class and then you have a lower income class. Now in my work with the UN, a lot of the majority of my focus was around building inclusive ecosystems, facilitating inclusion, and to a large extent that work is what led to me resigning and starting my own social enterprise. And the reason why I'm in business, we are for profit, but our business is inclusive is precisely because I understand that on a continent like Africa, we cannot be talking about sustainable business, we cannot be talking about growth without being inclusive, because by the very nature of our continent, the majority of our people are poor, the majority do not have the financial resources to be able to afford high quality, highly priced commodities at commercial rates. And when you're talking about inclusivity, for instance, in business, then it's about packaging or it's about structuring your solutions in a way that integrates those low-income people. So a very simple example, washing soap. You can have it either in a big 3 kg packet for a washing machine, or you can have these tiny 100-gram packets. That's a simple example of inclusivity. And when you are then doing that across borders, then you're making sure that if, for instance, as a social enterprise that is in Malawi, and my whole business is about making sure that low-income farmers in Malawi have access to high-quality solar equipment, and I'm selling that on credit, then if the borders are open, if I'm able to take my innovation to Zambia, to Zimbabwe, then I can also be able to facilitate that inclusion across the region. I think where I'll begin is sort of figuring out or understanding that as a continent, we are one, we are interconnected, we are interlinked. Each of us, each country has a big majority of us that are left behind, that are not included in our solutions. And that is part of the advantage of opening our borders. That is part of our advantage of collaborating and taking solutions that are working in one country to other countries, because by so doing, then you can make sure that you're, in a sense, bringing as many of us along as possible.
Thanks very much for that insight. I'd like to bring Kofi in at this point. I mean, from your standpoint, how can cross-border innovation trust corridors facilitate transfer of technology and more importantly, the commercialization of R&I?
Right. I'll start with two examples that many of us know. One will be the European Organization for Nuclear Research. It's often called CERN, C-E-R-N. And for those of you here who are nuclear physicists, you may be aware of the Large Hadron Collider that a lot of atomic level groundbreaking research comes out of. I see a few people smiling and nodding their heads and saying, yes, I've worked there before. But it has 23 member states who are pooling not only funding, but different people with different backgrounds across these states in the research community, pooling, P-O-O-L-I-N-G,
That's right,
their capabilities together in advancing this. And I think it's the world's most advanced space for that area. Another example is the International Space Station, where you have Russian cosmonauts along with American astronauts and Japanese and I think Australian. I'm not sure whether we have a Ghanaian team in the International Space Center yet.
We're building our own.
We're working on that, yes. You know, it's another great example of very complex political collaboration, but very advanced research, technological, and ultimately, in the long run, we will see innovations and commercialization on a scale that comes out of that level of research collaboration. So bringing this home from Europe and space, let's imagine one scenario going back to our electronic health records case. When we talked about this earlier, we talked about it from the patient point of view. But somebody earlier shared the story of BioNTech and how much money they made with Pfizer as a result of their response to the COVID-19 outbreak. Now, there are at least two significant areas where there's a massive use of data in developing projects like this, at the primary research area and then at the clinical trials area as well. So imagine different African countries developing and advancing their electronic health records, and there's, who knows the population of the continent now? We're at least 1.5 billion. And so with trusted corridors, protocols well-defined for, and this is fairly consistent under the African Union's data policy framework. If you're able to advance this area, then the value of that data cross-continentally, accessible to research, and hopefully African-based research organizations to advance the development of drugs, remedies that address what are local, and I'm talking local from a regional standpoint, health areas where we need to make significant advances. If you're able to pool, first of all, the data continentally and then make it available to research institutions that have a continental scope, there is a lot of advancement. Obviously, you would need the talent aspect, and then you would need the compute as well. So we also need to be investing in compute infrastructure to be able to do the data analytics and AI on a continental basis on continental data sets. There are tremendous opportunities. This is one area only. I thought I'd pick on this area because we looked at it from the patient point of view initially. But it is fundamental that we get the protocols right in this way. There is significant opportunity in the African continent to be able to advance research and innovation and ultimately commercialize right back to the world's fastest growing, most vibrant continent of consumers.
Yeah. Iraqi, borrowing from your extensive experience in academia, I mean, you're in the business of buying the future, preparing people for tomorrow. How can skills development programs or actual educational programs and curriculum support the development of R&I commercialization on the continent?
Before I answer the question, when he talked about physics, he saw me smiling. I was smiling because my undergraduate major was physics. And I remember 2 units that made me very happy, statistical mechanics and quantum mechanics.
Okay.
So we can talk about that over a cup of tea after this.
And I'll have the popcorn watching the two of you.
Cocoa for that matter. I am in RIT space. One of the advantages that I have, I don't know about my colleagues, is when I was in high school, I went to a technical school for 4 years. So I did practical things. And then I studied physics, which is science, and then I studied economics. So I can see the nexus of doing practical things, technology, science, and so on. And I think the question you're asking is, how can we make our education more proactive in making sure that the next generation participates more in research, science, technology, and commercialization? And I like the way the previous panel put it, that we tend to separate those two, for those three. So there are people who do research, some people come and commercialize. There are people who come up with innovation, somebody comes and commercialize. I think one way to do it is to start early. One of the problems I have with education in Africa, and I'm talking as a person who grew up here, and a person who spent 6 years in the US Deep South, is I think we introduce some concepts very late in life. For example, we introduce entrepreneurship in my university and other universities around 4th year, which is too late. So if we introduce this concept of research, innovation, technology, commercialization, much earlier in our education system, then our kids grow up with it, or they grow up with them. So they will not see them as strange things. They'll see them as normal. For example, if you come to Kenya, you'll find that the Asian community has been doing very well in the commercial space. They own big businesses, whether it is supermarkets, whether it is industries, and so on. And when I talked to them, they told me one reason why they do so well is because they introduce their kids to business much earlier. So they don't see business as a mystery. So by the time that kid is doing an MBA, he's reflecting on what he did at home. He's reflecting on the shopping he has done and the selling he has done, and so on. So if we introduce kids in our schools this concept of research, innovation, technology, and commercialization much earlier, they'll probably be more successful. And number two, I don't know about Ghana, but I know in East Africa, we are obsessed with land. In fact, a Kenyan will tell you, I own land somewhere, and if you ask him where, he doesn't know where the land is. So we need to do when we start this early is that children will start realizing that you can get intellectual assets and make money from them. You don't need to just make money from real estate, from buildings, and so on. And I'll give a good example with Kodak. When Kodak went bankrupt and it was being sold, I think the intellectual assets were worth about $500 million, which is a lot of money. But if you talk to anybody here, they'll tell you, I own a piece of land, I own a building. Very rarely do people talk of the intellectual assets that they own, because we don't talk about them in the public forum like this, in schools and everywhere. So once, in my opinion, we start talking about these things, we shall see them as normal. We shall see them as sources of income, sources of investment, and everybody will be proud of them. The same way Americans, Japanese, and so on are very proud of coming up with IPs, coming up with the patents. Finally, we are taking some baby steps. If you come to my university and you want to be promoted, they give you a lot of points for your promotion if you have a patent compared with a journal article or a textbook. So I think we are not there, but we have started. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think at this point, I would like to bring in the room. If you have a question or a comment, I'll urge you to keep it within 45 seconds. We only have 9 more minutes to wrap this up, and it'd be good to get. If you have a question, please. Do we have a mic, or I would have to do what Bernard did? Is there a hand up? Okay. Seems nobody wants to answer. Oh, there you go. All right. Please meet me halfway.
No, you can use the mic.
Is there a mic? Oh, okay, so there's a mic over there, right on the side. To your right, yeah.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to ask, with what is being done in Kenya regarding their innovation on health system data management, how is it that they are guarding their cybersecurity aspect of it? One thing I know is that data is very sensitive, and with regards to health, I'm a medical lab scientist. I know the health of patients are very relevant to them. If the health of a president, a minister, or somebody important gets out there, it becomes an issue. So I want to know how they are guarding it, and then how their response to those kind of issues come up when they are discussing their new innovation in their health systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Please raise your hand if you have one. Okay, great. I'm sure, Iraqi, this is to you. Oh, great. Let me come to you. There's a microphone that will take you forever to get to.
Thank you very much. My name is Maureen Ochako. I'm also from Kenya. I just wanted to make a comment to say that in pushing the cross-border trade, and like he said, we have 1.4 million people in the country. That's already ready market for us, right? And if you're to consider like India have already done it. So my point that I want to make is that everyone has a role. When we talk about the government, they also have a role. I like the gentleman who spoke about we already have existing frameworks, right? But are they in the room? Do we have AU? Do we have COMESA? Do we have SADC? Are they in this conversation, or are we having a separate conversation? So that's the role for government. Then we also look at innovators. They definitely have a role. We also look at private sector development partners, etc. So my point is that everyone has a role to make this work. Thank you very much.
Very solid point to make. And you asked some very critical questions because, I mean, we can dream all we want, but if the policy framework does not exist, it frustrates progress. Any more questions? Okay. See, now I'm learning I should have stayed.
Thank you. This also, maybe you can make an attempt, but maybe I'm opening the Pandora box, because within the room, we are not trusting, and we want to get into the corridor. You get me? Within Ghana, we are not trusting, and we want to get into the corridor of West Africa. I mean, what's your take on that?
Charity has to begin at home, right? So in managing time, we'll end it here. Let me take your thoughts, and then I'll have a final question for all of you. I'm sure the health records conversation, that question goes straight to you, Iraqi.
I respond to that because I think last year but one, Kenya came up with Data Protection Act. So the way you handle your data, whether it is health, whether it's academic, any data, you don't just handle it in a hurry. And organizations, individuals, and so on are doing all they can to make sure that they comply with the Data Protection Act. So we don't need to worry about your data because that is taken care of legally. And to finish, so that I don't go back, I like what my sister said about everybody is supposed to play his or her part in making sure that innovation, technology, and commercialization is done. But we probably need to follow two examples. One of them is Korea and Japan. They made the whole world their trust corridor, to respond to Professor. So if you trust one another in Germany, or not in Germany, but in Ghana, it will be very easy for you to trust your neighbors and then trust the whole of the world. Because these two countries have done very well when they made the whole world their trust corridor. And the second example is we need to follow Elon Musk. Because Elon Musk has decided that the world is not enough. We can make space our trust corridor. And he's making a lot of money just by himself. And since he's from Africa, we need to join him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there was mostly there were comments. So I will ask of you all a question, but I want to start with you, Ted, and we'll go to Priscilla, and then Kofi and Prof would come in last. Now, let's look into the future. I mean, what do you see as a future trend in cross-border innovation, and what are the recommendations you can make to help stakeholders understand this opportunity and their respective roles to ensuring it's successful?
Well, I think we can borrow the experience of the virtual worlds where there is no border and everyone is navigating the virtual worlds very easily. So people are trading, people are sharing experience, people are sharing knowledge. And if we can grasp that concept and bring it to our daily life in the industry, in the innovation sector, in the financing, it's possible to share the global resources. You know, people can share resources, people can share knowledge, and sell between countries, nations can share what they have achieved.
Shall not stop you.
Great. Priscilla?
I think that as far as the future, we have a few opportunities that we can leverage. So we have the AFCFTA. That is something that is already to provide a platform that can facilitate trade on the continent. I think that that is something solid that actually gives us that framework, that gives us that policy backing to bounce off of and implement as far as the different countries. But if that is going to work, I think that one of the most important that we need to really do as a continent is sort of move towards a mindset change of having an Africa first or a made in Africa mentality. This is something that we see in all other continents. You know, the US, there's always, they'll buy a product that is made in the US before they buy one that is made elsewhere. Made in China, it's everywhere. Whether you go to Europe, they will trade between themselves before they buy or trade with other continents. So I think that as far as the future, we need to leverage the FCTA and sort of bounce off of that, but then shift our mindsets and then put in place the regulatory environment to be able to facilitate that. I personally think that the government has one of the biggest roles to play because it's about opening up borders. And in opening up borders, it's not just about the free movement of goods back and forth, but then we need to also be able to move people back and forth. So whether it's skills transfer, whether it's sharing capital, whether it's sharing human resources. So for instance, if in Malawi we do not have the capacity to produce something, but Zambia has the capacity to produce it, we should be able to import that skill set to Malawi, produce, and then that also then can be traded across the region. We need to start thinking of Africa a lot more open. I mean, the borders that we have are artificial. They were drawn up by somebody who sat in a room, literally took rulers and drew those. So I think we need to get into that mindset where as a continent, we look at each other, we look at ourselves as one, because I feel like that is the one thing that leaves us behind in relation to other continents that look at themselves as a unit first and then look at the other. While in Africa, we look at ourselves as the smaller states, and then we're looking, it would be Malawi versus the rest of the world rather than Africa, Malawi as part of Africa versus the rest of the world.
Thanks very much, Priscilla. That was brilliant. Well, please feel free to applaud. I think that was a really solid point made there. Kofi?
I think ultimately, if we're looking at the trends that we expect to emerge, I have a small story to tell. When I was CEO of Rancard, there was a stage where the business began advancing the conversational AI product area. And I remember our CIO needed assistance in developing some classification, product classification models, and turned to Carnegie Mellon University, Rwanda, because there is a Rwanda campus there and they have a data science program. And so he needed that additional capacity, and they provided a research scientist team on a practicum to work with him. And yes, he did commercialize it and eventually had a product that was being used in multiple countries in 80 different languages. So the trend for African businesses and African governments to begin to place demand on African academic institutions to extend that research capability and capacity is how naturally the path to innovation and commercialization occurs. Put very simply, where are African countries, African businesses outsourcing, whether directly or indirectly, their research to? In any system where there is some product or service being delivered in a commercial context to customers, somebody somewhere in the broader ecosystem, directly or indirectly, is doing the research. But you can become more intentional about placing that demand in capacity that may have local context, but that just needs the direction and the capital to drive those research questions, to come up with the answers, feed innovation pipelines, which will then expand, and then ultimately can be commercialized in a very relevant way. If we're looking for how to amplify jobs, for instance, then if you scale this on a continental basis, then you know where those jobs will be, somewhere along that value chain. And so it's really a demand and supply question. to really drive research, there must be a path to commercialize. To do it at scale, you want to go continental.
Fantastic. We have to be more deliberate. Final thoughts from you, Professor Iraqi?
I think I want to make life very easy. The future is very bright, but we can make it even brighter. If you look at the government, the academia, the society at large, there's a language they all understand. When I was younger and more innocent, I used to teach mathematics in high school. And have always been fascinated by mathematics for a very simple reason. If you give somebody some money, whether it is CDs, Kenyan shillings, or dollars, and that person has never been to school, it doesn't matter the amount of money, the person will be able to count that money. Because they see the use. They see that counting has a use and a purpose. So if we want us to be more innovative in Africa, put more money and more energy into science, innovation, technology, then we must talk the language of money. The moment people see money, you don't need to tell them to innovate or to put money into science or technology. They will do it. And I'll give you a very good example. Some of you here have Apple, an Apple phone. You'll be surprised that the amount of money that Apple makes profit only per year is more than the Kenyan budget. So the moment we start seeing money, all these things will get into place. I'm not saying that I like money so much, but it is a fact. Finally, we have a framework to convert all these sciences, technology into money. We have ECOWAS, we have East African Community, we have SADC, we have IGAD, we have African Free Trade Area. Why don't we turn all those economic blocks into innovation corridors? The framework is there. Mendawase.
Thank you very much, Iraqi. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to these last thoughts, I think these are, for me, some high points. Borrowing from there earlier on, we'd already talked about how it was important to have policy harmonization so that what's regulation in one country does not inhibit innovation across borders. And critical is that trust must start at home. If it's not existent at home, it won't cross the border. So hopefully the Ghanaian entrepreneurs and researchers here, you can start trusting each other better. And if you exhibit the ability to collaborate at home, I'm sure it makes it easier for you to go across the borders. And critical for us is that we can also leverage similarities in trying to bridge the divide between cultures and all these very soft nuances that become challenges. If we can leverage our similarities to promote diversity and inclusion, we'll forget about the things that make us different. Another thing is to identify and agree on a goal. And if the goal is to make sure we have a lot more billionaires on this continent, then we can start innovating around that. So you identify, agree on a goal, pool your resources, and drive innovation. And you can't go it alone. Ubuntu, right? You are because I am. And if we can have that mindset in the way we work, it makes it easy for us to share ideas, share resources, and more importantly, share the risk. And also, finally, the need for us to have a mindset change. And for me, I love it. Africa first. If we can practice that for quite a considerable amount of time into the future, I think we can start seeing some great strides in innovation commercialization. Thank you all very much. Thank you to Priscilla Sani-Chimwele, Teddy Kabiruka, Kofi Dazi, and Professor Iraqi. God bless you all. I'll hand you over to the MC. I'm Inshirado. Please, don't take Priscilla off the screen. Make sure she's there in the photo. So Priscilla has to be in the photo.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rainmaker. Right. So, hello. Hello. You know, you've been the most patient audience I've ever had. Thank you very much for helping me keep my job. Yeah, I really love your patience. But before we go for lunch, that's why I started coaxing you. Before we go for lunch, I have just 10 minutes of your time. I need your approval. That's what I'm saying. 10 minutes of your time. But so we're going to have a 10 minutes presentation by Darren and then Dr. Godwin as well as Dr. Echampon on the overview reports we launched earlier on. So they're going to give us a short presentation before we go for our lunch. So ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not busy, put them together as we welcome the three final people giving us their presentation. Thank you, sir.
Hello? Yeah. So we are here again. And this time around, we're not going to waste your time. We know that it's lunchtime and people are hungry. They say a hungry person is a what? No, but this one, you are solution-oriented people. Right, so we are here to just give you how we came about the report for the UK, Africa, starting from Ghana, Innovation Trust Corridor. And the people that you see on stage, these are accomplished professors. You may call them academics, but they are entrepreneurial professors who have a very market-oriented mindset towards research and innovation. And that's why they had a chance, or they've been very instrumental in getting the report out. So one of the questions that we'll be asking is, what is the Innovation Trust Corridor? What is it? When we talk about Trust Corridor, first of all, there's trust at the core. And then there's a concept of exchange, moving of something. So this time around, moving of innovation, moving of intellectual property, moving of ideas, moving of capacity, right? Between nations or between entities. This time around, we are looking at UK in Africa Innovation Trust Corridors. We are looking at the moving of exchange between UK and African countries, starting from Ghana. And the kind of ideas we are looking at is, how do we co-create, so create together? How do we share? And more importantly, for the sake of, for the purpose of commercialization, how do we trade innovation amongst different countries? And the panel that just ended spoke about innovation trade across borders. Why does it matter? And from the beginning of the sessions, we've realized that Africa is lagging when it comes to the advantage that we can gain from innovation commercialization. And peer countries that we started with from the 1950s have gone 100 times fold when it comes to GDP, and we are still scratching the surface when it comes to even the growth of our economies. So when we believe that these countries have made it because of innovation and research, and if Africa toes the same line, we can also achieve similar feat. I won't bore you with the challenges of moving research from labs to market because it has been spoken about extensively across panels. I'm going to move on that. And then I'm going to, yes, and when it comes to the trust corridor, this is not the first model when it comes to trust corridors. But from an innovation point of view, the innovation trust corridor that we are envisioning will be first of its kind. We have a model that we can look at as the Singapore-Ghana Financial Trust Corridor that looks at SMU trade between Singapore and Ghana. So, towards realizing the ITC, we have 4 key things that we need to be doing. The first one is research, which I'm very honored to be on stage with the key researchers, designing the protocol, putting in place the technology infrastructure, and then the diplomatic relations that will let the trust corridor happen. That will let the nations sit down and sign that want to be on this journey together. So what has been done so far? So we've done the research-based evidence to support the formation of the Africa Innovation Trust Corridor, and also we've done research into how the innovation market looks like. So I'm going to let Dr. Champon just take us through some of the methodologies that they used, because he's been part of the research.
Thank you very much. So I think I'm not going to bore you because I myself am very hungry. So I'm going to go straight to the point. So the approach was very simple. We used a mixed method approach to try and answer some of these questions. Who are the stakeholders? What investments are required and what the barriers are? I think today we've had some of the barriers already. So it was mixed method. We did the initial reviews. We did a literature review, desk reviews. And then we came up with who the actors were. We scoped private sector actors, public sector actors. And then we engaged them in qualitative insights. And then subsequently we followed up with an online survey, which we followed up to come up with the key indicators. So these are some of the research questions. So you can see the approach here. The reviews, the desk, the informant interviews of 17 key informants. And they came from very diverse sectors. And then we did about 189 institutions in a multi-stage stratified sampling approach. So you can see that we use qualitative analysis to come up with insights from the key informant interviews. And then we use econometric models to come up with the findings from that stage. So you can see the different things that we used. And then these are some of the key actors. I think I'm going to leave the findings back to Derdine.
Yeah, so the next bit, we're going to jump straight to the other bit of the trust corridor conversation, where we are looking at, for us to have this corridor, we need to actually map out how the innovation market looks like. And that's where we have Dr. Domja on here.
Right. Thank you so much. And yeah, it's the same thing. I don't want to be the one between you and lunch at all, but we have to do it. So as Derdine and Dr. Champon have already said, through this research, it was a question of how does innovation happen? How can we map it? How can that map be a guide to help us help innovators be more successful getting innovations from labs to market? And I think a lot of the panels have done a really good job in helping us validate the model that we came up with. And I think you can go to it. So this will be the last thing. So it's the idea that innovation, there's a nucleus of factors that really drive innovation, right? You have the regulators and then you have the innovators, and they're always fighting. There's this yin-yang that is sort of driving innovation. The panelists shared it. Innovation normally will come from a risk intent. I think Kwame Yopon was reminded us that the large companies, the telcos, they do a lot of market research, understanding customer engagement. But then the real question is, how does that data benefit the public beyond these companies, right? So the intent is important. The last panelists talked about how we can be a bit more intentional in identifying innovation hubs or pointers across the continent and work together to drive it. So we realize that intention and funding go hand in hand. Research development, we see that a lot of our research end in publications. Very few of research output goes into development. I mean, it's great that this project funded by RISA is ending in something like a framework that we've actually taken on the road and tested. So there's a need for a lot more funders to push for research and development as outcomes. Intellectual property, big problem. When we went around and spoke to innovators, that's one thing when we talked to different stakeholders, that's one thing we found. If you meet an innovator and they show you something for you to invest in, and they ask you who owns it, you know, and all of that, of course, the next question is, what happens if someone else takes this and runs with it? How do I get my money back? So whether we like it or not, intellectual property is a huge factor. It's a huge barrier in the research commercialization process. Most of our agencies have IP, either tech transfer offices and so forth. But if you go around, you know, Madame from CSR is here, the universities and so forth, you don't see intellectual property. You know, I was telling my best inventor, Professor Mark Baganduri here, this man has 21 patents. 21. If you go around, yeah, you give it up to him. Give it up to him. CSR, all the universities will be very jealous about his patent count. Because you don't, I mean, do you know any university in Ghana that has more than 10 patents? 5? CSR, right? So there's something wrong with the IP process. We can't pretend that it's not important. We can't pretend that it's working. Of course, he got most of those patents in the US. That environment allowed him to be able to protect the IP and commercialize and get revenue from it. So IP came up as one of the things that we really, really need to put a focus on. And then I won't go through all of them. Prototyping, we talked to a lot of scientists who said that when they talk to industry, industry says, can we see the commercial version of your prototype? But their research funding only takes them to the lab version. So who's going to give them the money to take the prototype to the commercial version, right? The investor doesn't want to do that because they're not sure if it's going to work. So again, we've heard a lot of examples where they say this is where government comes in to support with prototype funding and so forth. I won't go through all of them, and I'm going to invite Daridine to maybe identify a couple of the areas. Maybe I'll just touch on another one here, licensing. So when Ceci was sharing that, when he went and talked to the farmers and they said, well, this is great, but why would we buy it when other people who don't buy it will also be able to sell? He went on and established a venture that produced, added a number of value propositions to the moisture detector, right? A lot of innovators don't do that. They just say, okay, this is not going to work. I'm not an entrepreneur. I'm a scientist. I'm an innovator. I'm not going to leave my job and go and be an entrepreneur, so that it ends there. This is where licensing comes in. He could have licensed the moisture device to an entrepreneur who would then take it to market and go through all those pains. But we don't have that process. Most people, you know, this is where concepts of trust and all of this coming. Most people just don't think that way. Most innovators don't think that way. I'll give you my innovation, and then you give me Nokofio every month. What if you come back and say, you know, it's not working, the market is bad, oh, you won't believe, you know? So this is an area that we really, really need to work on. And there were so many insights that we gathered as we built the model. And we're very excited that a lot of the panels have been able to have validated a lot of the points. And maybe you can add to it if you,
So one of the questions then you ask is, where do I fit in, right, within a model like this? And the power of this model is the innovation economies that it activates. So let's pick research intent. That's where you start writing your research proposals. That is where now you can set up a company and be helping others write research proposals and be charging them for it or taking a cut of the grant or as a service. So that's one economy that can be activated. Funding framework. That's where the banks can come in with business models. That's where those who have a lot of money sitting somewhere can now start, setting up companies to now fund either early stage research or fund prototype research or fund product development. So now there's visibility on the possibilities within the value chain. Now you pick intellectual properties. The lawyers are in their corner doing litigation, doing corporate law. Maybe they can now start focusing more on innovation law or patent law or any kind of law. So the purpose of mapping out the value chain is to unravel the opportunities for movement of, money or movement of services across the value chain. And then those of us who like marketing, go to market activities. Now that's why the ad agencies, that's where the companies that are into marketing come, the PR firms, all the companies that are able to move things or bring about product sales, that's where you come in. So this value chain map now amplifies and lets you see that you can fit in somewhere. And that's where you come in when it comes to, so what does this mean to me? So you can look at the value chain map and see what you can do when it comes to licensing. See what you can do when it comes to conformity assessment, something like quality assurance, standard. There are people here, you have consultancy firms. Maybe you are limited in your ideas. Now you can help SMEs move their products through the Ghana Standards Authority or FDA process. And you can present that as a service. And that could be a business opportunity for you. So this value chain map, apart from helping us figure out the innovation trust corridor, also stimulate and activate real innovation economy that can bring about true innovation commercialization. Yeah, George.
I think what I would say is that everybody should try and read this report.
Yeah.
We've done a very thorough work. There are different contexts. We've taken into account the Ghanaian context. So this is not your typical work that is Europeanized. It takes into account the rural context and every single thing. For instance, product development within rural context. So there is space for everybody. We've done a thorough work. And if you read it, I'm sure you get more opportunities than Derek is actually even talking about.
Right.
So please read it.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Let me use all three mics now. Thank you very much because it's now time for us to go for lunch, so I can use all the three. You want to?
We have to do justice to some of the other researchers because it's not fair for us to come and claim all the credit and not mention them. So the other researchers, one of the lead researchers on this was Dr. Mami Ble-Ejay and Professor Louise Asiedu. And then we had immense support from Olusegun, from FCDO and other FCDO team members. So thank you very much.
All right, Doc, please come. Let's take a picture. Let me represent those that are not yet here. So, yeah, let me join them as a risk. Shegun,
please come.
Please come so that we'll get a perfect number. Yeah. But there I'm just representing those that are not here.
Okay.
Right. So now I hope my thesis will be accepted because I'm now a researcher. So ladies and gentlemen, we have 20 minutes for our lunch break and then we'll get back here. Please, so let's make do with the time. Let's go out for our lunch. It's on the terrace, but we'll be back in 20 minutes time. Thank you so much. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, welcome back from our lunch break. Yes, I know it was good. Yeah. But then there's just a little emergency in-house, so we have to now fast track what we want to do. There's going to be an evening dinner for the presidents at the same location. So please bear with us when we ration through the next sets of program. But hey, I know we're going to share the events so well and share all the knowledge through. So next on our list is another panel discussion, which is going to be on bridging the gap from academia to industry through research and innovation development. And going to help us through this discussion is no other person than the indefatigable, one and only, lady of many colors, Nana Oye Ankra, host from Asasi Radio. Please put your hands together as we welcome her on stage to call her panelists onto the stage for the discussion. Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon. Okay, I am sure a lot of people are still eating, but because of time, we cannot wait for everyone. So we're going to continue with the program. And to help me do this discussion, where we're going to talk about how to bridge the gap between academia and industry. We have a lot of professors and doctors in our universities, you know, tirelessly doing a lot of research, but most of the time they end up or they stay on the campuses. I remember one of my professors when I was doing my master's told me that he did this research and he sent it to a government appointee, and after their initial discussion, the appointee never picked up his calls again. That is one of the challenges academia goes through. So today we are going to see how we can overcome that challenge and bridge that gap. How do we transition what is done in the classrooms, on the campuses, by our able professors and doctors and lecturers, how we can transition those to industry. To help me do this, I have some amazing women. I'm glad that we have women on this panel. When I came in, the panel that was here had only men, and I was not enthused at all. And so I'm glad I have some women who are going to join me to do this. And first of all, let me call on Madam Ida Mona, or Mano. Please, a round of applause for her. She's the Vice President of Marketing at COFA. She'll tell us all about COFA later. But I also have one woman that I have dealt with on different platforms, and she is a very great woman. One of the strong pillars behind the Just Pond group of companies. She's none other than, I call her Auntie Sophia. Auntie Sophia, can we please, let's see you and kindly walk upstage. There are men who are going to do this with us. I'm not excited about them, like I said. They've had their time already. Yes, please, let me hype my women. And so if we have Dr. Daniel Lenin here, kindly join us upstage. Yes. Doctor is trying to be careful. Yes, please, you can sit there. Doctor, don't worry, you'll be fine. I know I'm hyping all the women, but I can give you a line or two. If we have Dr. or Mr. Ebo and Anamoa Mensah, kindly join us, yes. I could tell from the way you were smiling that you are going to be on this panel. Thank you very much for joining us. Do we have Mariam Nkansa, professor at the Department of Chemistry at the KNUST, all the way from Osaikrom? Yes. Thank you very much. I mean, when it comes to technology, I know those of us who attended Legon, we know very well that you are above us. We take that. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, because of time, we are going to be very brief, but we are also going to make an impact with our discussion. I'll start from KNUST. You are in academia, and good. Yes, and you are on the campuses. You do your work tirelessly. You do all the research, whether by yourself or in a team. Tell us, what are some of the challenges you go through in trying to get your work into industry?
Thank you. The challenges are enormous, but I'll mention a few. I think there's lack of trust. There's lack of trust between academia and industry. Industry sometimes think academia or academics are probably not up to the task to provide the need. And academics also feel you should come to us so that we help you. We know our stuff. We are not going to beg you for it. So, for example, last year, KNUST Summer School, we've been having summer schools for some time. And last year's was the 10th summer school. And the focus was on academia, industry partnerships for development. And it was very strategic because the university is 70 years old and we were taking stock, among other things. And we realized that there's the need to collaborate, particularly with our alumni. We have them everywhere. The technocrats are everywhere. How are we going to leverage so that the training that we've offered over the years can be, brought back to us in a way? So the lack of trust is one. Then funding. So who pays for the research? Who pays for the innovation? Is industry ready to pay for the patent? The patents, the creativity, the methodology, generally the creativity and innovation. Is industry ready to pay and pay well for it? And then the third I will mention would be maybe communication and information flow. Again, I think academics are generally reserved. It's a reserved group of people. So when they like to talk among themselves than with other people. So they might have the information, but industry might not know they have it. So again, there's a need for platforms where there will be cross-pollination of these ideas or exchange of these ideas for industry to know that these people have these ideas, innovations, creativities, or creative ideas, and how can we meet each other so we can translate these into products.
All right. Dr. let me come to Mr. Ebo Anamoa Mensah, Chief Technical Advisor of IT Consortium. You are in industry. You know that the industrial landscape is evolving. Technology is taking over. What sort of skills do we need, or do graduates who they teach need in order to fit in?
Right, thank you. So beyond the technical skill in whatever field the graduate is in, they need to have soft skills, right? Often students come out and don't fit into the organizations very well, and that creates some friction, it affects their performance, but once they learn that, it makes it easy for them to fit in and they flourish. But also, have an opportunity to do things like project internships, I think matters a lot, all right? In my experience, when we get students straight from university who have gone through university without doing an internship, they are far worse than those who have done internship. They are ready to be used in the market. If they haven't, it probably takes us a year to bring them to that level, all right? So for some universities, they make it a requirement that you must intern from the second year, third year, and then probably your final year. Some leave out the final year. But I see that as extremely important because it helps you build the skills that you need to apply. And when you're going to do a project and you've gone into industry, it helps you even come out with ideas that are relevant for the industry.
But Mr. Mensah, do you communicate or collaborate with academia? From where you sit, have you in any way communicated with academia to find out what they're doing, what they are trying to get in their research? Have you?
Yeah, we might be a unique case. We've been partnering with a number of universities, and we have programs where we even sit in on some of their project proposals to give direction to students as to what to focus on. And we also get opportunity to pick some of the bright ones who have ideas we think that we can nurture and build. So as IT Consortium, we've had opportunity to do that on several levels, and we're looking for opportunities to even expand that. But it's not commonplace. It's not everyone who does it. So we're probably more of an exception than the rule, and it needs to be encouraged more.
All right. Dr. Enim, Dr. Daniel Enim Prempe, an economist. He knows a lot about the economy. You know a lot about policies, the IMF and all of those. But what sort of policies do you think government should put in place to bridge the gap between academia and industry?
Thank you very much. Government has a critical role to play in terms of what happens in academia and industry. Okay, there should be a deliberate policy in terms of policy direction from government that, look, the 21st century competitive business environment is evolving and changing at a very, high pace. So there should be a need for a policy that will say, look, academia, this time around we're focusing on science and technology. Even the science and technology, what is it from industry that is required? Okay, so we don't just produce people just because we see it is science and technology, that is the order of the day. What will suit our need as an evolving and developing economies? Okay, so the policy direction comes with budgetary allocation, a deliberate budgetary allocation. I always have a different perspective that we do not have money. That is a wrong perception. If we think it is a need that will transform this economy, there's always a resource for that. Let me give you an empirical example. As we sit now, if government thinks that buying new land cruisers and new presidential jets won't get the money to get it. And that is the fact. So it's because we don't we don't value knowledge, and we pretend to assume or run the economy on the presumption that manna will fall from heaven. No. Countries that we refer to, the Asian tigers, Korea and Japan, the rest, and Singapore, there was a deliberate plan. Look, I have done extensive study on the Chinese economic model, and there was a very deliberate policy to move the economy from a developing state to a very advanced economy. But we don't have that kind of thing. Look, there's another policy direction that, to me, I have a different perspective, and I think I would like to share before I hand over to my other colleagues. Where now they said everybody from academia should have a PhD. I have gone through a PhD study. I know the significant the value of a PhD, the strong research background. But I'm of the view that every faculty should have a blend of academia and industry. Madam Professor is here from chemistry, but she will agree with me that somebody who is practicing a chemical engineer or whatever it is from industry will leverage with his strong academic background. Look, me practicing as a practicing economics, the way I'll present an economic model to a student will be different from somebody who is teaching purely. He may have a very strong research background. Somebody teaching accounting and practicing accounting. So my view, respectfully, is that there should be a blend at every faculty. Okay, so that while at the researchers will research, come out with what is happening and evolving, the person coming from industry with his rich practical perspective will add to the student. So one of my legs is in academia, one leg is in industry, and I'm not bragging. But when I'm teaching, your station always interview me anytime there's an economic model. And not only your station, I'm on Africa, Voice of America, almost all the international platform. And why they keep on calling me is that because I'm able to relate practical experience to theories. And to my view, there should be a policy direction, number one, supporting academia, directing industry also to support. So when when there's a policy, okay, being backed by budgetary allocation, are being driven with a certain high level of commitment, that will, push even industry to link up with academia, and that will also change the focus of academia. And that is, to me, is a gap that is we're lacking as a developing economy.
Right. So there hasn't been a deliberate attempt on the national front to bridge that gap. But one company that has done this deliberately is Jospon Group of Companies. You have a model, and Sophia, and it has worked well for you. Share your testimony with us, briefly.
Thank you very much. You know, the Jospon story is a very long story, right?
Briefly.
But I guess what we have done over the years at Jospon Group is the fact that we started as an indigenous company. As we go along, we get people from within to study what we're doing. Ebo spoke about relevance. You know, how relevant is the research to what we are doing? We are operating in a particular space. How relevant is your research to our space? Let me give you a typical example. Recently, last year, we decided to go into rice cultivation, commercial rice farming. What did my boss do? We decided that, look, this is not cast in stone. There are people who have already done all sort of research into this area. So the company goes to almost all the institutions that have done some research or the other in rice production in Ghana. How do we work together to implement the researches that you have done? How do we bring it home to make it relevant, to make it, impactful for the people who you are doing it for? Well, let me say that research has not been, the gap we have today is because most of the times research has been an abstract thing for industry. But the moment we begin to draw from industry to do that research, then the industry will also appreciate the impact or the relevance of what you're bringing, and they'll be ready to fund it because they know that at the end of the day, it's going to give me incremental quality for what I am doing. I'm already helping people. How can I do it better? And I think that at Jospon Group, what we have done is to study our environment, whatever work we are doing, which one requires some research, and then we reach out to the researchers. They help us, and we improve on what we are doing. The improvement makes the impact that we are looking for. That is how come you find us doing it over and over again.
Very well. Let me move on to Ida. Ida, you were in academia, and now you are in industry, a perfect case. How did you bridge your own gap?
So I think part of it would tie to what Uncle Ebo said. Some of these skills that you need to pick up even as you are, while you are in academia. So I spent a lot of time as a graduate writing projects around business model innovation, and at a point doing biofuels research. And so some of these skills of adaptability and learning how to learn, I think are quite critical in crossing that bridge between academia and industry, so that when you cross into a new context, because you are able to know what you don't know and know what you know and know how to learn what you don't know, you're able to put the knowledge from your academia with the context of industry and create new innovation to solve your solutions, actually.
Right.
To solve your problems, excuse me, yes.
Right, Prof, someone said to me that the reason industry does not take interest in your work is sometimes it's not specific, it is not tailored. Is it that you people just wake up and say, oh, this interests me, so let me do it, or you look out for the problems and you research into it?
As a fiscal scientist, yes, sometimes you just wake up and you say, I want to do this.
Why?
That is also allowed. So there is basic research, which is just curiosity-driven. You just want to know. It doesn't have to solve a problem, but it will create new knowledge. That is very much allowed. And then there is applied research, which solves a problem. And basic research is what drives applied research. It's a building block on which the application happens. So all these are important. And I think what industry needs to know is that it's not every investment that you get returns on within a short term. For basic research, sometimes it's a long-term investment, but the rewards could be very, very huge.
And so once we have this basic understanding, I think industry will be a bit more patient when it comes to risk R&D and the returns. Now, with that said, yes, applied research, reason why we are not collaborating, I think it's because we are not talking to each other.
Yeah.
Once we begin to have conversations, then we will know what industry needs, and then we'll tailor our research towards that. And then industry should be ready to pay. And once you are paying, you decide what your money is used for, not so.
Do you agree? Do you agree, Uncle Ebo? Do you agree?
Yes, and I think industry must learn to take their problems to academia, right? Because like Prof said, they are researching because they love research, right?
And they need money too.
Yes,
You have to pay them.
and their research doesn't need to solve a problem, but it needs to prove that something is possible. So once you identify a problem, you go to the research institute or the academia to ask them to solve the problem. Now, we're talking about Africa and industries collaborating with academia.
Yeah.
But it's happening right now with industry from the West. I'm sure, Prof, you agree that in KNUST, there are at least 3 global companies that have set up labs, and they send them problems, and our academics are solving those problems for them. And it's about time industry in Ghana takes advantage of that, because that's what will help us grow. And you're right about the fact that it takes money and it takes time. We set up a research and innovation unit in our company. And we've resigned ourselves to the fact that it will take probably 5 years before they produce something, okay? We've even had to reinvent how we evaluate them, because unlike our other staff who you must have produced this at the end of a quarter, they haven't. The product they are trying to come up with, or the idea they are coming to come up with, they learn how not to do it many times, and probably that one opportunity to make it work is what's going to create a great product, right? And we can see the benefits and its application all across Africa. That's why we invest in it. So the reason why I said that industry must take the problems to academia is we know what solutions probably the market wants, or we've done our research and we know what they want. And so when we send to them that, look, these are the areas where we have challenges, then they can come up with solutions. And this might even be beyond science. Often I have need of a social scientist or a psychologist, because I want to understand how my customer is behaving and what they want, so that I can provide a need. So once we know the money is there, we'll chase it, and we'll come to academia for that support. Right. And once there's a framework for compensation and for property rights, it makes it even a lot easier.
Industry must take the project to academia. But is academia affordable? Can they afford you?
Much so.
Are you sure? How much? I mean, this is between you and
are
us.
very, very modest people. So,
Really?
yes.
This is between you and us. So how much do you charge? Like one researcher takes?
You mean salary or per
I mean, per
consultancy?
project, yeah.
It depends on the volume of work. and
Approximately.
extent. I cannot put a figure on that.
Let's move on. Let me talk to Doc. Doc, at what level do you think that engagement can take place between academia and industry? At what level?
Yes, personally, I believe the engagement should start right from the development of a curriculum.
Okay.
So if you look at it, it appears, just like Prof alluded to the fact, academia reserved, and they developed the curriculum of certain presumptions or assumptions, underlying assumptions. I'm of the view that things are changing, that this time around, even right from the design of a curriculum, industry should be involved and engaged, so that they will know what is it that they need in terms of their skill set, in terms of their competence level and the capacity that they need to develop. That is the first aspect. If that is not done, we move to the second aspect. After you have trained the students, or after you have put whatever knowledge you assumed will fit into industry, then there should be that collaboration. Okay, Prof said something that is true. In academia, they are very reserved, and most of these research findings, you can find them in a highly intellectual journals that no business person will have that time to read. And even the presentation of same is so technical that an ordinary person may not appreciate. Okay, so these are some of the gaps and challenges that ought to be dealt with. And I'm of the view, I've said it on another platform before, that academic must start speaking. and they need to speak. They need to voice up what they are doing. We got to know what they are doing.
Yeah.
So if you are just there and you assume that, oh, industry, because the industry need the product, they should come to you. I equally believe that there should be two-way traffic to addressing the offering. We must know what academia is doing. We must know from tech what the chemistry department is producing and is doing. Right. Just like what the gentleman just illustrated, especially technology. Okay, let us know what they're doing. Let us know the kind of things that they have, that if industry should buy into it, it will help transform the economy of Ghana. So I present to academia that they must start talking and they must start speaking, and they must reduce their intellectualism to a level where a businessman may understand and appreciate better. If they do that, they will end up connecting the offering.
And as a journalist, I totally agree with you. There are instances where something happens. You go to all the universities and they don't want to speak. You have given them the platform on radio, on TV, online. Just say something. Just talk about it and let us write. They will say, no, me, I don't want to. Please, let me be in my corner. It doesn't work like that. It will help us. But let me come to you, and we'll be wrapping up very soon. And Sophia, you spoke, I think you dealt with academia because you mentioned you did some sort of research. How successful was it, and how did it impact? And let's not talk about the rise because that's a process that is still ongoing, but let's talk about your previous project.
Okay, so for instance, we have our Accra compost and recycling plant. We have a similar plant in Kumasi. Now we have similar plants across the country. How did we do it? In course of our work, we realized that when it comes to waste collection, about 60% of the waste collected is organic. And so we thought about the fact that it would be very good to come up with compost that will help the agri sector. So we sat down, our research department sat down with other academia and came up with solutions as to how this can be done. And if you go to Kumasi or Accra or any of the plants that we have, the plant has been built in such a way that it aligns with our practice. You know, it aligns with our practice. We saw the need, we reached out, and we got the support. But I agree with you, though, that I think academia has to come to us. You know, because at the moment we are talking about climate change. And I'm asking myself, what is climate change to the ordinary person on the farm? Is it not a journalist's responsibility to break down the language to the person? How many climate change researchers have made their research open to everybody to appreciate? But the space in which I operate, climate change and sustainability is the key thing now. How do we align your climate change, findings to what we are doing? So, because when it comes to business, it's not just research for research's sake. We are there to give solutions. And at the end of the day, there should be something coming out of it. We need time to build up, but at the same time, the business person does not have too much time to wait for the profit to start coming. So how do we work together on this? But on our part, we look at the situation on the grounds, how this is going to help. And I think the ARICS, integrated recycling and compost plants, are some of the plants that have really proven that research has helped us to build on.
And Prof. Nkansa wants to respond to this briefly.
I think we've started talking. Academia has started talking, particularly with KNUSC. The Office of Grants and Research has a profile for faculty and researchers to showcase their work in simple language, which will have easy uptake. And so you have it on the spot and then spotlight, and then you can explain your research. But with regards to climate change, we've had a forum where someone looked at the use of indigenous knowledge to predict, climate change and its effects on crop production and other things. So these things are happening. Maybe we are not speaking loudly enough, but we are definitely talking.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We could have gone on and on and on, but we don't have time. And so I will say a big thank you to all of you for coming. We have to wrap up so that we all leave here. And so I just want to thank you. And we'll hand over to the MC who will take over from here. My name is Nanoye Ankra. Thank you.
Thank you. Always trust Nanoye to push you to give the answers. So yes, thank you very much. But before you go off stage, kindly be on stage whilst the photographer takes a picture of you. Thank you. I love the way she wanted Prof to give us the figure. And Prof was being more professional in the research environment. All right, thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause as they assume their seats. Now, so, just a surprise for Nana. Nana thought this was the only panel that was going to be a lot of female there. Yeah, but I wanted to surprise you at the end. So, get ready for all-female panel. Nana, don't go. Watch them. So, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the moderator for the next session, which is going to deal with empowering African women researchers for sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the moderator for this panel discussion, Miss Ohima Ejay Ando, Stemfest Ghana, to lead the discussion. Let's show her some love as she takes her seat and then introduce her panelists. Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Right, so before Miss do that, don't be in a rush to go home because there is coffee break and networking session after the last part of the program. If you leave without taking part, I'm going to bring you to because I have your digital address. Thank you so much. So, Miss.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you so much for waiting. And we have an amazing session now, empowering African women researchers for sustainable development. We know that our women are doing amazing now in the space of research and innovation, and it's great to see the impact. So I'm going to call on my amazing panelists to join me. I'll start with Miss Maureen Ochako. She is the programs manager for Victoria Ventures. Please give them a round of applause. They are doing well. I'm going to call on Miss Alexis Amankwano, the co-founder of Repra Health. I'm going to call on Miss Agnes Chuma. She is into innovation and research technical lead at the RISA Fund. And then we have Dr. Grace Nelson. She is with the working group of FIPWISE. Thank you. So I have these 4 amazing women joining us today, and we are going to be talking about empowering African women researchers for sustainable development. So a research that was done in 2022 by the Association of African Universities states that we have about 30% of African women in the research space now. I believe in 2019, when the research was done, we had about 26.4%. So I'm thinking in 2024, if we do another research, we would have gone higher than the 30% that we are looking at, and that is great. So this is all possible because of amazing women like you. So I'll start with Dr. Grace. Can you tell us about what you do briefly?
Okay, so I'm Grace Nelson again. I'm a pharmacist. I currently work with Pfizer as Regulatory Science Manager. Outside of that, I belong to an organization known as the International Pharmaceutical Federation, and I'm part of the Women in Science and Education. And what we do is basically encourage young women and girls to venture into the pharmaceutical sciences and pharmacy education. Just last month, I attended a program and the MC made it known that in the whole of Ghana, there are just 2 female pharmacognosy professors, one in KNUST and one in University of Ghana. And I was like, wow, just 2. I mean, and pharmacognosy is an aspect of pharmacy education. So, I mean, what FIPY seems is set out to do is just making pharmaceutical science and pharmacy education attractive to the younger generation. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Madam Agnes.
Yes.
We want to know what you do briefly.
So yes, my name is Agnes Suma. I'm from the Research and Innovation Systems for Africa, RISA Fund. I am the Innovation and Research Technical Lead for the fund, and I would say I've been working with the RISA Fund for not that long, but exploring 6 countries, working with 6 countries. That's Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and South Africa. Understanding the ecosystems, the research and innovation ecosystems in all these 6 countries, trying to strengthen them, trying to strengthen the systems and structures in these ecosystems, as well as just supporting all stakeholders across the ecosystems. Thank you.
Alexis.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexis. I'm the co-founder of Reaper Health. Our work is around women's health, using it to turn into policy, programs, research. We're primarily based in the US, and we've now expanded to Ghana, and we're working with policymakers to implement solutions around women's health.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. They're not answering. Good afternoon, everyone. Lovely. My name is Maureen Ochako. I'd like to introduce myself as a commercialization enthusiast because we enable research commercialization, right? And just as a way of introducing myself, I'd like to say one quote: "Outcomes in life are influenced by forces other than individual forces." And I think that's where we come in through several programs. And for the program particularly, the program director, Research to Commercialization, where we seek a two-pronged approach. One of them to support researchers commercialize, but also because researchers exist within an institution, how do we ensure that institutions have streamlined structures for commercialization? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to start with you. So what are some of the key challenges that African women researchers face in the industry?
Oh, there are myriads of challenges, but anyway, one of the key challenges that women in Africa find is the issue of funding. How much funding is allocated for women researchers, right? Yeah, that's the first challenge. Then the second challenge I can think of is really, do we have enough women to seek these opportunities? So on one end is the demand and on the other one is the supply. Do we have enough researchers to seek this opportunity? But then do we also have enough resources, opportunities, and programs that are supporting these women innovators? I think I would just start by those two. Thank you.
So Dr. Grace, she mentioned lack of, if we have the numbers to meet the demand, right? How can we bridge that gap?
I think we can bridge that gap by mentorship. Yes, having people who have been in that space for long, holding the hands of younger people and drawing them where they have to be. Yes, there are mentors around, but I don't think there are enough. We need to avail ourselves to mentor and to be mentored. I mean, I've been lucky to have a mentor who has held my hand over the years. She has introduced me to people. She has literally held my hand and taken me to offices to introduce me to people that, look, I'm no longer in this role, but if you need anything, Grace will be the best person. And so what do I have to do? I also have to avail myself to mentor others. So mentorship is very, very key in bridging that gap.
Thank you. Alexis, I'll come to you. So I see you are into maternal health, right? And I see how you collaborate with, I've seen some of your works, and I've seen the collaboration that you're doing here in Ghana. How has it been for you navigating your way through collaboration and networking? How has it been?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think what we find here is that there are a lot of brilliant researchers doing phenomenal work, but there isn't enough of that being translated to other areas, so like policy, for example. And so I think what we want to see more of is how do you take a research white paper and sort of present it to communities in a way that they want to know more, right? And so that could be by talking about climate change in Ghana, in Ewe, in Tree. It can be through animation. And so we really work with policymakers and researchers to bridge that gap, that you can have this phenomenal research paper, but if you're not communicating to the public in an efficient way that they understand and they relate, it sort of like doesn't do much good. I also don't think that people find value enough to finance research. And I think that's really on our part to make sure that there's an ecosystem where all sectors benefit, right? So it doesn't just end with the research, but it translates into policy and programs that can really help inform more research and really make an impact. And so I always tell people that monitoring and evaluation is not something you think about afterwards, it's something you think about before you even start. And so there's so many components that we're learning from, but I think there's so much great work happening in Ghana. We just want to take that data point and present it to the public in a way that they actually want to learn more.
Thank you. Madam Agnes, what are some of the challenges that you have personally faced as a woman in research and innovation?
Wow, I didn't see that coming. Would you believe if I told you, as I was starting my PhD, I experienced, it's quite sensitive, by the way, and that is something that women face. I would almost call it sexual harassment. And women face that. And it's something that we realized through one of our grantees, our partners, Mawazo Institute. They did a cohort, and the last cohort, they had very sensitive issues coming up during the sessions that the women were taken through. They even needed to bring in specialists who would counsel them, because you realize that women go through so much in their journey. And now I'm talking about PhD, these are scholars, what they have to go through to actually get to finish. And there are so many stories out there. And so that's one big challenge and they don't talk about it. It's not easy for somebody to come out and talk about it. So apart from all this funding and all these other things, there are real issues out there that women face. So yeah, I think I just want to mention that for now.
So based on your experience, if there's someone here who is facing a similar challenge, how should they navigate it?
Well, it's complicated. And that is why it's very critical for institutions. And I would say to Heritas, I would really hope that next time we'll have a man in this panel. Because as much as we advocate for the women, the men need to understand how to create these spaces for women. We need to include them in this conversation. As much as we are creating that opportunity for women, let the man also understand how they can be able to make the space inclusive for a woman, right? So one critical thing is creating this space that will be safe for a woman to open up and talk about the challenges they're facing. And that is a challenge to the faculty, the deans in the universities, to actually have that environment where the woman would feel free to find or figure a way. Back in Kenya, we have something called ombudsman. Though, of course, I know a woman cannot go and air out their issues in such a space, as much as it's quite private. But can we create that space that a woman can be able to go back and actually say, and have that issue handled and not feel victimized at the end? So I think that's one critical thing. And then, of course, for the woman, I think for me, it's you need to go for it, because, again, funding is there, but we women usually feel like, will I really make it? We always second-guess ourselves. And that is one thing that makes us not go for even the leadership roles. I don't think I'll make it. I don't think we are always second guessing ourselves. So moving out from that, there's a whole mindset shift that needs to happen. I'll drop it there.
Yes, thank you. So I believe as women, we should be able to speak out. We should be able to empower ourselves to be able to speak out, right? We understand what we go through better. So as much as, yes, we need the men on board, we should also be able to speak out as to how you are feeling for them to actually understand it, right? Thank you so much.
Just a quick point just to add to that. I think it's so true. And I think oftentimes when it comes to like advocacy work, especially women's health, we have this conception that it should be women leading it, but men leading it makes such a difference as well. There's an MP, Honorable Sosu. He's the MP for Adenta, and he's currently leading the private member bill to increase maternity leave and actually remove period tax in Ghana. So as far as like pads, removing that tax. And that's a man leading that, not a woman. And because he knows that his knowledge is limited, he invited researchers, stakeholders to come into his office to actually tell him what he should add to the bill. And I was just so impressed that a man is leading this charge that has nothing to do with him, but he also took the initiative to invite women researchers and stakeholders to inform him of what it should include. And so you're absolutely right. I think having men really advocate and be there, advocate, I think is just phenomenal. So thank you for that point.
Thank you. I've been following that story, and we are yet to see the outcome of this, right? Fingers crossed that it goes well, yes. So, Madam Maureen, what are some of the actionable recommendations that we can put in place to encourage our women to get, the young ones, to get into the research and innovation space?
I think the first recommendation is what she already mentioned. We need to mentor, we need to handhold the younger researchers. I mean, if I'm to just ask, how many here are mentoring a young person? Let's see by show of hands. How many are mentoring? You see? There's already a problem there. So we need to be very intentional about mentoring the young women. That's number one. And then the second thing, I also now think it needs to drive down to the policy. We have African policies, I'm sure we have Ghanaian policy, we have Kenyan policies that enable gender equity and social inclusion, or gender equity, women empowerment. So we need to measure, or we need to track what have they achieved. These policies have been there, right? They've been there years and years and years and years, but what have they achieved in terms of impact? And then from there, we'll know, do we need to adjust, or do we need to maintain them, or do we need to enhance them? So I would live with those two things. So there's an element of policy, but importantly is also the element of hand-holding, mentoring, and coaching. Thank you.
Alexis?
Yeah, I just want to say, I think we don't introduce STEM and research to young women early enough. I think if we think we're introducing it to them in college, it's already too late, right? One thing you talked about is mentorship. So I want to plug the work that she does, or Hema does, which is really mentoring girls in the STEM field, introducing them to tech, introducing them to coding. At like what age do you start? At 5, right? And that's really how you get the girl child interested at a very young age. It's not college, it's not high school. I was introduced to research at 15, and I had a mentor literally hold my hand, take me to universities, really train me since 15, right? And so I think for Ghana, we do it too late. It's just way too late. 5 is a phenomenal age to really start getting them interested in that whole world. And I think from there, really seeing them blossom, but not waiting until they're in college at all, yeah.
Okay, so because of time, we'll have to wrap it up. Dr. Grace, is there anything that you would want to add to this?
I just want to add institutional support. I mean, wherever we find ourselves as women or as girls, I believe the institutions or organizations we find ourselves should be able to support us to be able to blossom, So where I work, we have something we call growth conversations, where you need to have that growth conversation with your manager. Even if you don't want to grow, the institution is pushing you to grow. So for instance, this week is Growth Week, where you need to have that conversation. There are conversations everywhere about what you want to do. Do you want to grow in your current role? Do you want to take up other responsibilities? Do you want to go into something entirely new? So, these conversations will stimulate something in you that, no, I can't be here for this long. I need to move. I need to do something with myself. So the institution is supporting you. So you also feel encouraged to do something for yourself and grow. Yeah, so that's all I want to add. Institutional support is very necessary in empowering the African woman.
Madam Agnes.
Two things. Number one, at national level, I would encourage a lot of policy that would incorporate awareness and empowerment of the girl child right from the tender age. So as much as we as individuals will go out there and mentor, we need the government to also come in and do its role, yeah? Because if at all we don't get government to do their part, then it will not be easy to actually break that glass ceiling, that ceiling, okay? And even when it comes to, we're talking about the young girl, but also talking about leadership roles and all that, government needs to do their part. And like Grace has mentioned, at institutional level, for me, I would recommend, can they be bringing in, from any institution, wherever, whether it's an academic institution, whatever it is, bringing in previous alumni to come and share their journey and share their experience, that would really give a lot of confidence to the other women in schools, the young girls in schools. So right from a high school, primary school, bringing in a woman who previously schooled there, who has made it so well through academia, research, and is doing so well and has excelled, to come back and tell them that this is the journey I took and this is how far I've come. And you can also make it, you can also do it. So that could look like mentorship, but it's actually going to trigger that interest. Because you realize, by the way, young girls, as they transition in their journey in studies, they tend to drop some of these sciences. Why? Because they don't know. They don't know the importance, like, I want to do art, so yeah, I can drop physics, I can drop chemistry. And at the end of the day, they realize that maybe I wasn't really sure about what I wanted. Of course, the career fairs really help. Back then, we never used to have that much, but right now, at least in Kenya, we see a lot of that going on, and it should continue. So as much as you're doing career fairs, alumni is coming in, sharing their stories and all that, that will really build. Thank you.
Just one point. Okay. I know we talk about policy enough. There's a policy currently on the table that I really want people to just encourage, really follow Honorable Sosu in that private member bill, to just really support it. And it's really extended maternity leave, because as women, you have to really respect her full journey, right? So if she decides to be a mother and a wife, that part of that journey also has to be respected and supported. And oftentimes, researchers don't go as far the moment they decide to be mothers and wives, because institutions are not mandated to support them. And so if we can extend maternity leave that allows them to still have a livable income while caring for their children, so that when they transition back, they will not be penalized, they will not be fired for choosing to take care of their baby for an extended period of time, really supporting her throughout all points of her life so that she can excel in research, because it's such a male-dominated industry, and they don't have to deal with the issue of being pregnant. And so how do we support women that actually are contributing back to society with their bodies? Thank you, Alexis.
I think I also just want to make one last remark. It's about unconscious gender bias, right? I don't know, at least my experience is whenever we're in a meeting and somehow the tea is late, I'm supposed to know why it is late. But I'm there as a technical person, so how am I supposed to know where the tea is? But anytime, it's 10, people are looking at you. So there's that also unconscious gender bias, which I wanted to speak about, but also just for us women, or not only just women, actually, I would extend it to JC, gender equity and social inclusion. So when you have that seat at the table, are you able to speak out? Are people listening to you? Is your voice heard? is your voice being implemented, you know? So just not being, it's not just about getting a seat at the table because you could be the tea girl for some strange reason. But you know, you have a seat at the table, does your voice get heard? Is your feedback or input considered? And I'll stop there, thank you.
Wow, this has been an amazing session. I believe next time we should consider bringing on board the policymakers, right, for sessions like this. And one thing I learned, the few points I noted, is how our women should be empowered to speak out, right? And once you are on the table or you are at the table, meaning you've earned it, right? You deserve to be there. You should know that you deserve to be there, so you speak out. And one thing we should also note is that once you find yourself in that space as a woman, you are paving the path for other women to be there as well. So make sure your presence is felt and is felt positively. Also, we should look at availing ourselves to be mentors and to be mentored. Sometimes even the mentees don't avail themselves. You find the mentors pushing and pushing and pushing, right? Even the mentees don't avail themselves. So avail yourself to be a mentor and avail yourself to be mentored as well. And we should also look at introducing our young ones to the field of research and innovation at an early age. Thank you all so much for being here today. It's been great having you. And thank you to our audience as well.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for them. Thank you. But you just take a picture before you go off stage, so please, when you be start minute. Thank you. And Agnes, I'm the male that you were looking for to be in the panel, so don't worry. All right, thank you very much, all ladies affairs. That was good. So our last presentation, so that we go off after a hectic day. So please help me welcome the head of Food Technology Research Division from CSRI Food Research Institute, Papatuya Akuno.
Good afternoon. Yeah, so as the MC has rightly said, my name is Papa Tuya. I work for CSIR Food Research Institute. So Food Research Institute is one of the 13 institutes under the CSIR. In CSIR, there are 13 institutes, and Food Research, where I work, is one of them. So I just want to share with us some of the things that we are doing in FRI in terms of translating or transferring what we have developed to industry. Okay, so this is a typical research industry partnership that I want to show us. So our mandate is, as it is here, work on food processing technologies. We are also supposed to work on food safety, also supposed to work on food storage, marketing, food safety, and then, of course, nutrition and food security. So all of these are things that we do at FRI. So our mandate actually gives us the power to work directly with industry, okay? And our R&D is hinged in 5 main areas. We look at root and tubers, so everything food. First of all, root and tubers. Secondly, we have the grains, the cereals, the legumes, and spices, okay? And then we also work on fruits and vegetables, and then fish, meat, eggs. We also have one last one, which is on dairy and chocolate and confectionery. So these are the research teams that we work in. Of course, we also have a technology and business incubation unit. So after all the research is done, this unit helps us. So they actually interface between research and industry, or research, SMEs, etc., so that at least we can transfer our technology to those who really need it. So we conduct the research. We can't go and commercialize it. So this unit actually liaises between the researcher and the outside world so that our technologies, the things that we have developed, can be shared and then commercialized. So popularly, food research is known for this, but we have developed a whole lot of other products. And some of these ones, we have transferred the technology to industry. But I want to share with us this particular one on plantain, fresh plantain, yam slices that you can actually keep for a very long time. And this technology was developed, I think, about 10 years ago or so. So one company, Dream Mills. So this is one of the companies that we incubate in our facility. Actually, there are 3 of them now. But I'll just showcase this one because we don't really have a lot of time. And so the guys contacted us. I think that the CEO, who is a logistician, met one of our people somewhere in town. He had a discussion. He was introduced to the product, and he liked it. So he came over. He expressed interest. He came over for talks. He came for training. So after we trained him, he signed onto our incubation program. We have an incubation program. He signed onto it. And so currently, we incubate him in our premises. Okay. So he started sometime in 2019, thereabouts. And just when the business was toddling, COVID struck. And so everything came to a standstill. But he had to start all over again. At the time, it was difficult to get, to even penetrate into the market. Okay, so this is what the guys do. Initially, they were facing a lot of rejects by the shops. Okay, before COVID struck. So all the work that they did initially came to naught. Beyond COVID, post-COVID, they came again, put their acts together, and now they've been able to hit about 12 shops currently. They hope to upscale in the near future because now they have a full grasp of what they are doing. Initially, they had challenges, but of course, once they are on our premises, we are always around to backstop them technically. And so many of the challenges that they faced when they started, we help them to ship the product up. Now, it does so well. So the product can actually sell. So they are hoping to upscale and also to export to other countries. Some of the constraints that we have noticed with SMEs, first of all, is the money issue. That one has been talked about severally today. And so I will not say much about it because I am not with the money people. I am with research. But what we can do to support SMEs and other people is that we can help you seek for grants when it comes to writing the business model, the proposals, etc., to seek for grants. We are always ready to help. Another constraint is about technology, which usually food research, because we have a few equipment that we can help industry. If you approach us, we can always assist you in terms of the technology, but it's one of the constraints that many people face when starting businesses. And so our doors are always open. We are always ready to engage. If you approach us, we can always fashion out something for you. But this is one of the constraints, technology. Another one is infrastructure. Usually, startups, they don't even have the capital to begin or to even invest in the business, let alone going to erect a whole facility, a whole structure in itself. One of the challenges that the young people are facing, now they want to upscale. They are looking for equipment. They want to get the equipment locally. They want to use local content. But the equipment that are fabricated locally are so expensive, okay? They don't have that capital yet. And so these are some of the constraints that we have noticed, and we do our best to help them. Our facility is always available, it's always open for people to come in, walk in, and you can tap into our brains, you can use some of our facilities to begin. They also complain about preferred varieties. Okay, this is food. Not all varieties are fit for food processing. For instance, there are so many varieties of cassava. Some are purposely made to have high starch so that it could be used in industry. Okay, people have talked about situations where their preferred variety for processing, first season they have the variety. As the company grows and they need the volumes, they struggle with some of these things. Okay, so these are some of the constraints that they are faced with. But usually, we are always there to assist them, okay, in all of these areas. We have one sister institution called the Crop Research Institute. They deal with a variety stuff. So all I want to say is that you can tap into our brains, come, let's judge on, let's sit, let's engage. We are always ready and willing to work with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Papa T. You said you have how many institutes? 13?
Yeah, 13 of us. Yeah.
Wow, that's good.
Yes.
I never knew it. I only know you had only that one on that side.
There are so many of them, but yeah, we don't have time. I would have mentioned all the 13 for all of us to know.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. A round of applause for him. Right, Head of Food Technology Research Division at CSRI Food Research Institute. All too soon, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to wrap up. And then to help us with the closing remarks is no other person than Olua Segu Adetunde from FCDO. Let's give him a round of applause as he takes the stage to give us the round of applause.
Thank you very much. Wow, they say everything good that starts must definitely have an end. It's been quite an interesting time here, having this large spectrum of stakeholders across the ecosystem coming together for this inaugural version of this summit. From the beginning of this today, we've had several high-profile folks come up here and mention their names, celebrate them. But to me, I want to celebrate the most important people in this room. Over 60% of folks here haven't had their names called to the podium. So in the spirit of inclusivity, the most important persons here are all of you seated here. So please just stand up and celebrate yourselves. Give yourselves a round of applause. You deserve it. Go on, celebrate yourselves. Celebrate yourselves. Yeah, thank you. We've seen so many illustrations and examples today from the laboratory to the market. Obviously, we know that as an individual, we cannot run all the processes that have been explained here today that start from the laboratory up to the market. And that speaks to the fact that we need to network and we need to form collaborations. You need to talk with people that have the funds to support your idea, people that have the right infrastructure. The last speaker was talking about facilities. And in the light of that, can you look to your right and to your left, and do you know the people seated beside you? Some of us might already know because we sat in clusters. So if you look beyond your right and left, now look to the next 5 people to your front, to your back, to your right, and to your left. Do you know those 20? Yes, 5 times 5. Do you know those 25 people? Great. Now, the next thing we'll be doing after we close to this session is networking. A tree cannot make a forest. So having heard all these interesting things today, the best thing we could do to ourselves is to talk to the next person that you don't know. And in that way, I would love to bring this event to a close, saying a big thank you to everybody that came from far and near, those within Ghana, from outside Ghana. It's been lovely hearing everybody, seeing the beautiful faces, the spirited enthusiasm here. And our desire and our prayer is that come next year, this will be much more bigger than this. And once again, we're glad as the UK government to have been a huge part of this success. So thanks, Miedase, and continue with the networking. Don't be in a hurry to leave. God bless you all.
All right, thank you, Miedase. I hope you all heard it. Right, I thought I was the other one who heard it. Miedase, thank you so much for coming. Right, so quick one here. want each and everyone to grab a copy of this. So if you've not grabbed yours, when you're just moving out of this place, just pick a copy. And then our cocktail will be taken or will be held at the terrace where we had our lunch. So that's where we're going to have our cocktail. So thank you all for coming. My name is Benjamin Oswansa. It was nice having you here. Thank you.